the Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The sun had long since vanished beneath the horizon, when Elijah Blackwood stood upon the precipice of the colossal structure that loomed before him, its stone walls seemingly endless and ever shifting in a dance of shadows. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders as he took one last look at Zara Winterstorm, the scavenger who had become an unlikely ally in his pursuit to understand the secrets of time. "Are you ready?" Elijah asked, his voice barely a whisper amidst the wind. Zara shrugged, gripping her makeshift weapon tightly. "I've never been one for standing on the sidelines." Elijah nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping forward and plunging into the darkness of the labyrinth. As he did, he felt his heart pounding in time with the beat of his anticipation. With each step, he could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like an anchor, threatening to drag him under the waves of uncertainty. "Elijah Blackwood," a voice echoed through the darkness, chilling him to the core. "You have unleashed forces beyond your control." He spun around, but there was no one there. Just the wind howling through the labyrinth's twisted corridors. "Victor Stryker," he muttered under his breath, "I know you are watching me." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah could feel the world around him shifting subtly with each passing moment. The air grew colder, the shadows seemed to grow darker, and time itself seemed to stretch out before them like a vast, unending expanse. It was as if the very fabric of reality was straining beneath the weight of Elijah's newfound power. "We should be careful," Zara warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't think we know what we're dealing with." Elijah nodded, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. "I have a feeling this labyrinth holds many secrets, but I must find answers. For all our sakes." As they pressed onward, Elijah could feel the weight of time pressing down on him like an unyielding force. He knew that every day he rewound was another day the world aged faster, and the dangers within the labyrinth grew more numerous and deadly with each attempt. But he also knew that his thirst for knowledge was a fire that could not be extinguished. "We must keep moving," Elijah said, urgency creeping into his voice. "The world is changing around us, and we cannot afford to rest." With renewed determination, they pressed onward, their footsteps echoing through the labyrinth's dark corridors. As they ventured deeper, they encountered obstacles, both physical and mental, but Elijah's thirst for knowledge drove them forward, fueled by a desire to unlock the secrets of time itself. The following morning, Elijah and Zara emerged from a dense thicket into a vast, open space. Sunlight filtered through the labyrinth's cracked walls, casting eerie shadows upon the ground below. "I don't like this," Elijah murmured, looking around warily. "The landscape seems to have aged while we were inside." Zara nodded grimly. "It always does." In front of them lay a path leading downward towards a distant, ominous structure. They approached cautiously, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger or Stryker's agents. Elijah stopped suddenly and knelt to examine something on the ground. "Look at this." He pointed at an intricate etching on a nearby stone, unlike anything they had seen before. "What is it?" Zara asked, squinting at the symbols. "I'm not sure," Elijah replied, tracing his fingers over the mysterious markings. "But it seems significant." They continued down the path towards the structure. As they approached, the air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled upon them. The labyrinth seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. "I think we're getting close," Elijah said nervously. "Stay alert." They reached the base of the structure, which towered above them like a monolith. Intricate carvings covered its surface, and strange lights flickered within. "We should be careful," Zara warned. "Something tells me we're not meant to be here." As they entered the dimly lit interior, Elijah couldn't shake a feeling of dread creeping over him. He scanned the room for clues, his heart racing as he tried to ignore the strange whispers echoing in his mind. "Elijah!" Zara called out suddenly, breaking him from his trance. "I found something." He rushed over to her and peered at a stone pedestal covered in dust. On its surface lay an ancient, worn scroll. "This could be it," Elijah said excitedly, taking the scroll. "The key to understanding time itself." As they carefully unfurled the scroll, An icy wind swept through the chamber. The air around them seemed to crackle with energy. Suddenly, a voice boomed from nowhere, sending shock waves throughout their bodies. "You should not be here," it growled. "Return what you have taken." Elijah and Zara froze in terror as the room began to shake violently. They knew they had to act fast, or they'd be trapped within the labyrinth forever. "We have no choice," Elijah said firmly. "We must find a way out." The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The duo found themselves running through the dimly lit interior of a vast labyrinth, hearts pounding in their chests as they tried to stay one step ahead of whatever pursued them. Elijah's hand clutched tightly around the ancient scroll he had discovered earlier, his mind racing with possibilities and new questions. "Zara," Elijah called out over the echoes of their footsteps. "We need to find a way out." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the walls for any signs of an exit. The labyrinth seemed to shift and warp around them, as if time itself was trying to keep them trapped within its confines. "We can't rely on our memories this time," Elijah said urgently. "The labyrinth has changed." Zara gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowing in determination. She knew the importance of what they had found, and was determined to see it through despite the dangers that lay before them. As they navigated through the twisting corridors, Zara suddenly came across a path that seemed familiar. She hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Elijah as if seeking confirmation. He nodded, his eyes locked onto the path ahead. They pressed onward, praying that this would be their way out. The path led them to an open space, where they found themselves standing before an enormous monolith, its surface covered in strange symbols and carvings. Elijah's eyes widened as he approached it, his mind buzzing with thoughts of ancient knowledge and hidden secrets. Zara stood nearby, watching warily as he traced the carvings with his fingers. "Do you think this is a clue?" she asked tentatively. Elijah shook his head, focusing on deciphering the symbols. "I'm not sure, but it feels significant." As they studied the monolith, the ground beneath their feet began to rumble. Zara grabbed Elijah's arm as the labyrinth around them seemed to shake violently. "What's happening?" she yelled over the cacophony. Elijah turned to her, his eyes wide with fear and determination. "I don't know, but we have to find a way out before it collapses on us." Together, they ran towards what appeared to be an exit, dodging debris and feeling the ground give way beneath them. As they emerged from the labyrinth, they found themselves standing atop a precipice, looking out over a vast open space. In the distance, they could see another structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "We have to go there," Elijah said, pointing towards the distant structure. "It's our only hope." Zara nodded, her heart racing as they began their trek towards the unknown. As they walked, Elijah kept looking over his shoulder, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. He knew that Stryker was out there somewhere, watching them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. "We have to be careful," he warned Zara. "He's not the only one who wants what we have." As they journeyed onward, Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that something was following them. He could sense a presence lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. He clutched the ancient scroll tightly, hoping it would be enough to keep them safe, but as they drew closer to the distant structure, the presence seemed to grow stronger, the air around them growing colder and more oppressive. Elijah's heart pounded in his chest as they neared their destination, fearful of what awaited them on the other side. As they reached the entrance to the structure, a voice boomed out, echoing through the empty space. "Return what you have taken or feel the wrath of the labyrinth." Elijah's eyes widened in fear as he turned to Zara, his mind racing with thoughts of what they had done and what it could cost them. He knew that they couldn't go back now, not after coming so far. But the stakes were growing higher, and the dangers greater with each passing moment. "We have to keep going," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "For humanity's sake, we have to find answers." Zara nodded, her eyes locked onto Elijah as they stepped into the structure, bracing themselves for whatever lay ahead. They had come too far to turn back now, and they would not let anything stand in their way. As they ventured deeper into the structure, they found themselves in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient relics and artifacts. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested an ornate box. Elijah's eyes widened as he approached it, his heart racing with anticipation. "This must be it," he murmured to Zara, "the key to unlocking time itself." Zara nodded, her own excitement mixing with fear as they reached out to open the box. As Elijah lifted the lid, a sudden gust of wind erupted from within, swirling around them and filling the chamber with an eerie glow. "What have we unleashed?" Zara asked, her voice barely audible. Elijah's eyes widened as he looked at the artifact within the box, his mind racing with possibilities. He could feel the power coursing through him, the weight of responsibility bearing down on him like 1,000 tons. "We have to be careful," he warned Zara. "This power is not something to be trifled with." As they left the chamber, they found themselves back in the labyrinth, the ground shaking beneath their feet as time seemed to warp and distort around them. They ran towards the exit, fearful of what they had unleashed and the consequences that lay ahead. "We have to get out of here," Zara urged Elijah, her eyes wide with terror. "Before it's too late." Elijah nodded, his heart pounding in his chest as he led them through the winding corridors, each step bringing them closer to freedom. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As they reached the exit, a sudden burst of light blinded them, and they stumbled backwards, falling onto the ground. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing before Stryker, his eyes cold and calculating as he regarded them. "I've been waiting for you," he said, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. "Now, hand over what you have taken, and I will spare your lives." Elijah's eyes narrowed in determination as he stood up, clutching the ancient scroll tightly. "We will never give it to you," he declared, his voice filled with defiance. Stryker's smile widened, and he lunged at them, fists clenched. Elijah reacted quickly, using his newfound power to rewind time a fraction of a second, dodging Stryker's attack and striking back. The fight was fierce, neither side giving an inch as they battled it out in the labyrinth. Zara watched from the sidelines, her heart racing with fear and excitement as she cheered them on. In the end, Elijah emerged victorious, his power allowing him to outmaneuver Stryker at every turn. As Stryker lay on the ground, defeated, Elijah looked down at him with a mixture of triumph and sadness. "You underestimated us," he said, his voice filled with regret. "But this is only the beginning." As they left the labyrinth, they knew that their journey was far from over. They had unleashed a power that could change the course of history, and they would have to be careful as they navigated the ever-shifting obstacles that lay ahead. But they were determined to see it through, no matter what dangers or challenges awaited them. The air was thick with tension as Elijah and Zara made their way towards the precipice of the colossal structure. The labyrinth lay behind them, a constant reminder of the dangers they had faced and the secrets they had uncovered. Elijah's eyes scanned the landscape, his mind racing with possibilities. "We have the artifact," he said to Zara, his voice barely above a whisper. "The power it holds could change everything." Zara nodded grimly. Her eyes darted between the structure and the labyrinth beyond. "But what about Stryker?" she asked, her gaze never leaving the distant figure that seemed to be gaining on them. Elijah frowned, his fingers tightening around the artifact. "We can't let him take it," he said determinedly. "He will stop at nothing to control this power." They reached the base of the structure and began to climb, their footsteps echoing ominously through the vast open space. The air grew colder as they ascended, and a strange feeling of unease settled over them both. They paused momentarily, glancing back at each other. Zara's eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "We've come too far to give up now," she said softly. "Together we can do this." Elijah nodded, his resolve strengthened by her words. They continued their ascent, the labyrinth a constant reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. As they reached the top of the structure, they found themselves in a dense thicket. Elijah's heart raced as he scanned the area, searching for any sign of Stryker. The air grew heavy with tension, and they knew they had little time to waste. They pushed through the thicket, emerging onto a path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. Zara's eyes widened as she took in their surroundings. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, and shadows danced eerily around them. "What is this place?" Elijah asked, his voice filled with awe. Zara shook her head, her gaze fixed on the distant structure that loomed ahead. "I don't know," she said quietly, "but we have to find a way through." As they made their way down the path, they suddenly heard a noise, a low growl that seemed to emanate from the shadows. Elijah's heart raced as he reached for the artifact, his hand shaking slightly. "What was that?" Zara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah didn't answer, his eyes still fixed on the shadows. He took a deep breath and led the way forward, his mind racing with thoughts of Stryker and the unknown entity that had warned them to return what they had taken. They soon found themselves in a dimly lit interior, the air thick with an oppressive silence. Elijah's heart raced as he scanned the area, searching for any sign of danger. He suddenly felt a presence lurking nearby, a cold and malevolent energy that seemed to seep into his very bones. "We have to get out of here," Zara whispered urgently. "Now." Elijah nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. They turned to leave, but as they did, a sudden explosion rocked the labyrinth. Dust and debris rained down around them, and Elijah's vision blurred momentarily. When he could see again, Stryker stood before them, a twisted grin on his face. "I've been looking for you," he said menacingly, "and I won't let you get away with what you've taken." Elijah gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the artifact. "We aren't going anywhere," he said defiantly. "But if you want to try and take it from us, you'll have a fight on your hands." Stryker laughed coldly. "I've been waiting for this moment," he said, reaching into his coat. "And I won't rest until I possess that artifact." As Stryker lunged at them, Elijah and Zara fought back with all their might. The air around them crackled with energy as they battled the enigmatic leader of the organization seeking control over time. Despite their best efforts, however, it quickly became clear that they were no match for his power and skill. But just as all seemed lost, Elijah remembered the artifact's true power, the ability to rewind days. With a desperate prayer on his lips, he reached out and activated the artifact. Time seemed to slow around them as they watched Stryker fall to the ground, stunned. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth, as Elijah and Zara took a moment to catch their breaths amidst the pulsating thicket, they knew that Stryker would not relent in his pursuit of them. The ancient scrolls they had collected revealed clues to the artifact's power, but left many questions unanswered. "We should keep moving," Zara whispered, her eyes scanning the shadows around them. "The labyrinth is always changing." Elijah nodded, gripping the ornate box tightly as they continued down a path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. The pulsating walls seemed to grow denser and more erratic with each step. Suddenly, an ominous rumble echoed through the structure, causing them both to jump back in fear. A distant structure appeared on their radar, looming over them like a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. The artifact's energy seemed to intensify as they approached it. "What do you think is inside?" Elijah asked, his voice trembling slightly. Zara shrugged. "Whatever it is, I hope it helps us understand the power of this artifact." As they stepped into the dimly lit interior of the monolith, a chill ran down their spines. The walls seemed to pulse with a strange energy that made their hearts race. They moved cautiously through the vast labyrinth, hoping to uncover some clue or revelation that could help them outsmart Stryker and unlock the secrets of time itself. After navigating countless twists and turns, they found themselves standing before a massive chamber filled with pulsating energy. In the center stood an artifact, unlike anything they had ever seen, a large crystal structure that seemed to emit a faint hum. "This is it," Elijah breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. "The source of all this power." Zara nodded, taking a step closer. As she did, the chamber's pulsating energy seemed to grow stronger, causing the walls to tremble and shake. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the room, extinguishing their flickering torch. "We need to be careful," Zara cautioned. "The artifact may not be as friendly as it seems." Elijah nodded, his eyes still fixed on the crystal structure in front of them. As they took a step forward, something unexpected happened. The labyrinth around them began to shift and change, revealing new paths and obstacles they had never seen before. "We're running out of time," Elijah said urgently. "If we don't find a way to control this artifact soon, Stryker will catch up with us." Zara nodded, her hand tightening around the ornate box. "We have to keep moving and hope that whatever secrets lie within this structure can help us." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara found themselves faced with challenges unlike anything they had encountered before. Shifting walls, pulsating energy, and strange entities lurking in the shadows. But they pressed on, determined to uncover the truth about the artifact and their own destinies within this broken world. As the days passed, Elijah and Zara grew more adept at navigating the ever-shifting labyrinth, relying on each other for support and guidance. They faced numerous obstacles and dangers, but with each challenge overcome, they grew stronger, both physically and mentally. "We're making progress," Elijah said one day as they rested in a vast open space, their torch flickering dimly in the darkness. "I can feel it." Zara nodded, her eyes fixed on the distant structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "But we need to be careful. Stryker is still out there, and he'll stop at nothing to take this power for himself." As they continued their journey through the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara began to uncover secrets about the artifact's true nature and its potential consequences for themselves and the world around them. But with each new revelation came a deeper understanding of the danger they faced and the responsibility that rested on their shoulders. One day, as they stood at the precipice of a colossal structure, Elijah felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through his veins. He looked at Zara, his eyes wide with fear and determination. "Something's happening," he whispered, his voice shaking slightly. I think we're close." Zara nodded, gripping the ornate box tightly as they ventured into the labyrinth once more, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Little did they know that their greatest challenge was yet to come, one that would test their resolve and force them to confront the true nature of the artifact and their own destinies within this broken world. As Elijah and Zara faced each new challenge in the labyrinth, they grew closer, relying on each other for support and guidance. Through their struggles, they discovered a bond that transcended friendship, a bond forged by shared adversity and the pursuit of knowledge. But as they grew stronger, so too did Stryker's pursuit. He was relentless in his pursuit of the artifact and its power, using every resource at his disposal to track down Elijah and Zara. Time seemed to be running out, and they knew that if they didn't find a way to control the artifact soon, Stryker would catch up with them. One day, as they stood in a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by pulsating energy, Elijah felt a sudden realization wash over him. He turned to Zara, his eyes filled with determination. "I think I know how to control the artifact," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "But it's going to take everything we have." Zara nodded, her eyes fixed on the crystal structure before them. "We can do this," she said firmly. Together, they activated the artifact, feeling a surge of energy coursing through their bodies as the labyrinth around them began to shift and change once more. They knew that whatever happened next would determine not only their own fates, but also the fate of the world itself. As they navigated the shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara faced their final challenge, a monstrous entity that seemed to embody the very power of the artifact itself. With every attack, it grew stronger, its roars echoing through the structure as it sought to destroy them both. But they refused to give up, fighting back with everything they had learned during their journey. Through sheer determination and skill, they managed to defeat the entity and gain control of the artifact at last. As the labyrinth around them faded away, Elijah and Zara stood before the vast open space, the distant structure pulsating softly in the distance. They knew that Stryker would never stop pursuing them, but they had gained something far more valuable: control over time itself. "What do we do now?" Zara asked, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Elijah looked at her, a determined smile on his face. "We decide," he said firmly. "Together we can change the world." The chamber shuddered again, causing Elijah and Zara to stumble onto their knees. The crystal structure's hum grew louder, vibrating through their entire bodies. A pulsating energy rippled across the chamber walls, casting strange shadows that danced around them like ghostly apparitions. "What have we done?" Zara whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. "We can't just control time, can we?" Elijah looked at her with determination in his eyes. "We didn't choose this, Zara. We were given the power to change our fate to save ourselves and possibly the world." He took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Together, we can make things right." As they stood up, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, sending them sprawling back onto their knees. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber as the crystal structure exploded into fragments, shattering the air around them. The walls began to shift again, collapsing inward and closing off their path. "We have to leave," Elijah shouted over the chaos, grabbing Zara's hand and pulling her up. They sprinted through the collapsing chamber, dodging falling debris and avoiding the strange entities that now seemed more aggressive than before. As they reached a dimly lit passageway, Stryker appeared from the shadows. He lunged at them with a snarl, brandishing a weapon unlike any they had ever seen. It crackled with energy as he closed the gap between them. Zara quickly summoned a wall of flame to block their pursuer, giving them a brief respite as they caught their breath. "How did you find us?" she asked, panting heavily. "You underestimated me," Stryker snarled, his eyes glowing with anger. "I knew someone would try to take what's mine." He charged at them again, but Elijah was ready this time. He activated the artifact, causing the world around them to freeze for a moment, before it began spinning wildly in reverse. Stryker's attack collided with the air, sending him stumbling backward. Elijah and Zara seized the opportunity to escape, sprinting down the passageway as the labyrinth shifted around them. As they ran, Elijah activated the artifact again, slowing their own movements while speeding up the world around them. They dodged obstacles that had once seemed insurmountable as they raced through the twisting passages. They eventually emerged into a vast open space, the labyrinth behind them dissipating into thin air. A colossal structure loomed before them, its surface pulsating with energy. In the distance, another monolith stood tall, surrounded by the dense thicket they had navigated earlier in their journey. "Where are we?" Zara asked, her eyes wide with awe. And more importantly, where did he go? Elijah scanned the area, his mind racing as he tried to piece together what had happened. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "But I have a feeling our journey has only just begun." The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth. The path they had taken curved through dense thickets and along wide paths, leading them deeper into the labyrinth's heart. Elijah could feel the weight of Stryker's presence growing nearer, but he knew that they must continue their exploration. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll resting against a moss-covered monolith, its surface etched with strange symbols and carvings. "What do you make of this?" Elijah asked Zara as she approached the artifact. "Could it hold any clues about the labyrinth or our powers?" Zara took a step back, eyeing the scroll warily. "I don't know, but I have a strange feeling that we shouldn't touch it." Ignoring her warning, Elijah carefully unrolled the ancient parchment. The symbols seemed familiar, yet elusive, as if they hinted at something just beyond his comprehension. He could feel a tingling sensation in his fingers, and when he looked up, Zara stood frozen, her eyes wide with fear. "What's happening?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Elijah shook his head. "I don't know yet." His thoughts raced as the world around them seemed to shift subtly. "We should rewind and see if there was something in that scroll we can use." As the pair retreated, the thicket they had passed through moments ago now appeared barren, withered, and aged. Elijah felt a growing unease in his gut as he realized their actions might have far-reaching consequences. He made a mental note to discuss this new development with Zara when they had time. The labyrinth seemed more dangerous than ever before, its walls closing in around them, like a living entity that sought to devour them. Elijah's heart raced as he focused on his surroundings, searching for any signs of danger or clues about the ancient scroll. They trudged along a narrow path, their footsteps echoing eerily through the dimly lit interior. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the labyrinth, and Elijah felt an icy chill wash over him. He knew without looking that the labyrinth was responding to their presence, actively trying to keep them from reaching the center. "We need to find a way out," he said urgently, his voice barely audible above the sound of his pounding heart. "Before it's too late." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the walls for a possible escape route. They continued down the path, their progress slow and uneasy as they fought against the labyrinth's ever-shifting obstacles. As they neared a dimly lit chamber, Elijah heard a faint whispering sound emanating from the darkness. "Don't go in there," Zara warned him, her voice barely audible. "It feels wrong." Ignoring her warning once more, Elijah pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped into the chamber. The room was small and dimly lit, with a single passageway leading deeper into darkness. He could feel an oppressive presence in the air, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. "What is it?" Zara asked, her voice barely audible. Elijah shook his head. "I don't know yet." As he ventured deeper into the chamber, the passageway seemed to twist and turn, leading them through a series of narrow passages that seemed designed to disorient them. Elijah could feel their pursuer closing in, the labyrinth growing more dangerous with each passing moment. Suddenly, they came upon another monolith, this one covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed vaguely familiar. "What do you make of this?" he asked Zara, his voice barely audible as the walls around them seemed to close in. "Could it hold any clues about the labyrinth or our powers?" Zara took a step back, eyeing the monolith warily. "I don't know, but I have a strange feeling that we shouldn't touch it." Ignoring her warning once more, Elijah approached the monolith and began to trace his fingers over the symbols etched into its surface. As he touched each symbol, he felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him, and he could see visions of the labyrinth's creation and purpose unfold before his eyes. He gasped in amazement as he realized that the monolith held the key to understanding the labyrinth's secrets. "What have you found?" Zara asked, her voice barely audible. Elijah shook his head, still reeling from the vision. "I think we've discovered something truly incredible." He gestured to the monolith. "This place was designed as a test of time and will." Those who completed the labyrinth were given the power to control time itself. Zara stared at him, her eyes wide with awe. "And what happened to those who failed?" Elijah's face grew grim. "They vanished, leaving behind only whispers of their doom." As they continued through the labyrinth, Elijah could feel Stryker's presence growing stronger, his pursuit relentless and unforgiving. He knew that they had to hurry if they were to survive. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the labyrinth, and they found themselves in an open space, the walls around them crumbling away to reveal the colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "We've reached the center," Elijah breathed, awestruck by the sight before him. "I can feel it, the power of the labyrinth." Zara nodded, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. "But Stryker is still out there. We have to be careful." As they approached the structure, Elijah could sense a presence within, a powerful entity that seemed to watch them with cold, calculating eyes. He knew that he had to be careful, for he could feel that this being was far more powerful than he or Stryker. "What do we do now?" Zara asked, her voice barely audible, as they stood before the colossal structure. Elijah shook his head. "I don't know yet. But I have a feeling that our journey is far from over." The duo stood on the precipice of the colossal structure, gazing up at its towering walls that seemed to pulse with energy. Elijah's heart raced as he traced the symbols etched into the monolith before them. "I can feel something. It wants us to return what we have taken," Zara whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Elijah gritted his teeth. "We cannot turn back now. We must find out more about this artifact." He took a deep breath and stepped onto the path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. Zara hesitated, glancing nervously over her shoulder before following Elijah. "I have a feeling we're not alone down here," she said, her voice barely audible. As they ventured further, the labyrinth twisted and turned, each path leading to a new challenge. A dense thicket blocked their way, its vines wrapping around them like an embrace gone wrong. They hacked through it with their improvised weapons, cutting through the foliage until they reached a dimly lit interior chamber. Inside, a passageway beckoned them forward. Elijah hesitated, feeling the presence lurking in the shadows. He could sense its malevolent energy, and his heart raced as he stepped cautiously into the passageway. Zara followed close behind, her eyes never leaving the darkness ahead. As they progressed, the air grew colder, and the atmosphere felt heavier. Elijah felt a chill run down his spine, but he pushed on, determined to find answers. As they rounded a corner, a sudden explosion of light revealed a vast labyrinth stretching out before them. A crystal structure pulsed with energy in the distance, drawing their attention. "That must be it," Elijah said, his voice barely audible over the echoes that reverberated throughout the chamber. They approached the artifact cautiously, their hearts pounding as they neared the source of this strange power. As they reached out to touch it, a sudden surge of energy coursed through them, and time seemed to slow around them. Elijah felt his vision blur, but he clung onto Zara's arm, refusing to let go. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. In the dimly lit interior chamber, Elijah and Zara woke up to find themselves back in the same spot where they had passed out earlier. A sense of unease crept over them as they realized that time was no longer moving forward. Shadows danced along the walls, giving off a malevolent energy. "We need to move," Elijah said, his voice trembling slightly. "Something strange is happening." Zara nodded in agreement, gripping her makeshift weapon tightly. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered obstacles that seemed to shift and change before their eyes, barricades of stone blocks, twisted metal, and other deadly traps. Each rewind felt like a race against time, as the duo struggled to navigate the ever-shifting landscape while avoiding danger. Their journey took them through a dense thicket, where they stumbled upon an ancient scroll hidden beneath a fallen tree branch. Elijah carefully unrolled it, revealing cryptic symbols and illustrations of a colossal structure in the distance, the same structure they had seen in their dreamlike visions. "This must be our destination," Elijah said, his eyes wide with excitement. "But we can't stay here forever." Suddenly, they heard footsteps echoing through the labyrinth. Zara's heart raced as she recognized the sound of boots on stone. Stryker had found them. The duo quickly hid behind a large boulder, watching as the ominous figure approached. He moved swiftly and silently, scanning the area with a piercing gaze. "We have to move," Zara whispered urgently. "He's getting closer." The two of them sprinted off, their hearts pounding in their chests as they ran through a winding path. Stryker gave chase, his determination evident in every step. The labyrinth seemed to twist and turn around them, making it nearly impossible to keep track of their location or find a way out. As they reached an open space, Elijah spotted the pulsating structure from their dream. The monolith stood tall and foreboding, its surface covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Zara hesitated, but Elijah urged her forward. "We have to try," he said, his voice filled with determination. "This might be our only chance." As they approached the monolith, a wave of energy washed over them, causing their vision to blur momentarily. When it cleared, they found themselves standing atop a precipice, gazing down upon a vast open space below. In the distance, a colossal structure loomed ominously. "We have to find a way inside," Elijah said, his voice filled with determination. "But first, we need to rest." They sat down on a nearby rock, catching their breath and trying to make sense of what had happened. As they looked out over the open space, a strange sensation washed over them, leaving them feeling disoriented and uneasy. "What was that?" Zara asked, her voice shaking slightly. "Did you feel it too?" Elijah nodded, his eyes distant as he stared off into the distance. "I think we're not alone." The shadows seemed to grow darker around them, and a sense of dread settled over the duo. They stood up slowly, their hearts racing, as they prepared to venture deeper into the labyrinth. Little did they know that their journey was far from over. The true challenges lay ahead, waiting for them in the colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the open space, Elijah and Zara pressed onward, ready to face whatever obstacles awaited them in the depths of the labyrinth. They knew that time was running out, but they also felt a sense of purpose, a determination to unravel the secrets hidden within the colossal structure and discover what lay beyond its walls. The moon cast an eerie glow through the dense thicket, illuminating the twisting vines that threatened to ensnare Elijah and Zara as they cautiously moved forward. The air was thick with a strange energy that seemed to hum in time with their hearts. "We shouldn't have come this far," Zara muttered under her breath. "I feel like we're being watched." Elijah, ever the scholar, dismissed her concerns. "Fear is the enemy of progress. We must press on if we are to unravel the mysteries hidden within this labyrinth." The path led them deeper into the thicket, where they came upon an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As Elijah carefully examined the artifact, Zara kept a wary eye on their surroundings. The humming energy grew stronger, as if the monument had a pulse of its own. "Elijah, we should be careful," Zara warned. "I don't trust this place." But Elijah was too engrossed in his study to heed her warning. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, and a shadowy figure emerged from the shadows, snatching the monolith from their grasp before disappearing back into the darkness. "We must follow," Zara cried out. "If we lose this artifact, Stryker will stop at nothing to find it." Elijah nodded and sprinted after the figure, with Zara close behind. They found themselves in a dimly lit interior chamber, where the figure had left behind an ornate box containing the monolith. As they closed in on the box, a strange energy enveloped them both, causing Elijah's heart to race and Zara's breath to catch in her throat. "We must take this," Elijah said urgently. "It may hold the key to understanding this labyrinth." As they reached out for the box, a deafening roar echoed through the chamber, followed by an explosion of light that threatened to blind them both. They stumbled backward, clutching their eyes as the light faded. When they dared to open them again, they found themselves in a vast labyrinth, with the monolith glowing brightly in their hands. "We did it," Elijah whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of his pounding heart. "But I fear we have only scratched the surface." Zara nodded solemnly. "Yes, but we cannot rest easy yet. Stryker will be coming for us, and whatever that entity was in the shadows, it seems to want this artifact as well. We must find a way to outwit both of them," Elijah said determinedly. "If we can uncover the secrets hidden within this labyrinth, perhaps we can find a way to stay one step ahead." The Obsidian Scholars' Chronomantic Labyrinth. As they stepped into the dense thicket, branches snapping and leaves rustling ominously around them, Elijah and Zara found themselves surrounded by shadows. Their hearts raced as they made their way along a winding path that seemed to lead deeper into the labyrinth. The air grew colder, and an oppressive silence settled over them like a shroud. "We need to find shelter," Elijah whispered urgently. "The shadows are getting closer." Zara nodded, her eyes darting nervously from side to side as she scanned the thicket for any sign of danger. They came upon a small clearing, where a dimly lit interior chamber beckoned them. As they approached, the walls seemed to pulse with energy, and an eerie light emanated from within. "This is it," Zara whispered, her voice barely audible. "We can rest here for a while." Elijah nodded, and together they stepped into the chamber, the cold air of the thicket quickly dissipating as they entered the warmth of the hidden space. The chamber was spacious, with multiple passageways branching off in different directions. In the center stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to dance before their eyes. Zara approached the monolith cautiously, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns as she examined them closely. Elijah watched her intently, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious artifact. Suddenly, the chamber shook violently, sending them both sprawling to the ground. The monolith roared to life, emitting a deafening hum that seemed to reverberate through their very souls. Zara grabbed hold of Elijah's arm, her eyes wide with fear as they were enveloped in strange energy. When the chamber stilled, Elijah and Zara found themselves back on the precipice of the colossal structure, the monolith now resting safely within their grasp. They glanced at each other nervously, unsure if the experience had been a dream or reality. As they descended from the precipice, Stryker's organization suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. A shadowy figure emerged, holding another artifact. Elijah recognized it as the crystal structure they had seen in their dreams. "Hand over that monolith," Stryker demanded, his voice cold and menacing. "We have been tracking you for some time now." Elijah hesitated, torn between his desire to learn more about the labyrinth's secrets and the need to protect Zara from Stryker's grasp. Zara stepped forward, her eyes narrowed as she faced off against the enigmatic leader. "You won't get your hands on the monolith," she declared defiantly. "We have come too far to let you take it now." Stryker smiled coldly, his eyes never leaving Zara. "I will make an example of you both if I must," he warned. "But it would be much easier for everyone involved if you simply hand over the monolith and save us all some time." As Elijah and Zara crept down a narrow passageway within the vast labyrinth, they found themselves in a small clearing bathed by dim light from an unseen source. The air was thick with tension. Elijah's heart pounded against his chest as he scanned their surroundings for any sign of danger. "I have a bad feeling about this," Zara whispered, her eyes darting around the space. Elijah nodded slowly, his own gaze fixed on the ancient scroll they had recently discovered in the chamber. "We can't go back now, not without running into Stryker and his men." Zara hesitated, glancing back at the passageway before turning her attention to Elijah. "What do we do?" Elijah shrugged, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "We press on. There's bound to be another way out of here. And who knows what other secrets this place holds." Zara sighed and followed him as they moved forward into the dimly lit interior chamber. The walls were lined with crystalline structures that seemed to hum softly in response to their presence. In the center of the room stood a monolith, similar to the one they had found earlier, but this one pulsed with an eerie energy. Elijah approached cautiously, reaching out to touch the monolith's surface. As soon as his fingers made contact, the chamber shook violently, and the air around them crackled with electricity. A sudden gust of wind swept through the space, knocking both Elijah and Zara off their feet. When they managed to regain their bearings, they found themselves back at the precipice of the colossal structure. The labyrinth stretched out before them like a tangled web, its paths shifting and twisting in ways that made no sense. "What happened?" Zara asked, her voice shaking with fear. Elijah stood up, brushing himself off. "I don't know, but it seems we've been sent back to the beginning." He gestured towards the labyrinth. "We have no choice but to try again. But be careful this time. I think whatever that monolith was, it may have warned us not to touch it." Zara nodded, her eyes wide with determination. They began their descent once more, moving deeper into the maze. As they navigated its winding paths, they could sense something watching them from the shadows, a malevolent presence that seemed to grow stronger each time they activated the monoliths. Suddenly, as they reached a dense thicket, the ground beneath their feet gave way, sending them tumbling into darkness. When they landed, they found themselves in an open space filled with strange structures, some ancient and crumbling, others modern and intact. In the distance stood a colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "We've never been here before," Zara whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind that swept through the area. Elijah nodded, his eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of danger. "Let's move forward cautiously." As they approached the colossal structure, they were suddenly confronted by a shadowy figure standing before them. It took a moment for Elijah to realize that it was Victor Stryker, the enigmatic leader of the organization seeking control over time. "So, you've found what we've been searching for," Stryker said, his voice cold and emotionless. "Hand it over, and I promise your lives will be spared." Elijah stepped forward, meeting Stryker's gaze with defiance. "I won't let you take it. Not if it means the destruction of everything we know." Stryker chuckled darkly. "You underestimate us, scholar. We will stop at nothing to get what we want. Before they could react, a sudden explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying everywhere. Elijah and Zara dove for cover as Stryker's men opened fire on them, their weapons scorching the ground where they had just been standing. "We have to run," Zara shouted over the deafening noise. Elijah nodded, grabbing her hand and pulling her towards a nearby path that led deeper into the labyrinth. They sprinted through the shifting landscape, dodging obstacles and avoiding Stryker's men as they pursued them relentlessly. As they ran, Elijah could feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, the responsibility to protect the artifact and the fear that they might never escape this twisted place alive. But he refused to let fear rule him. Instead, he focused on finding a way out and uncovering the truth about the labyrinth and its secrets. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. As Elijah and Zara raced through the dense thicket, their hearts pounded with adrenaline as the sounds of gunfire echoed behind them. Stryker's organization seemed relentless in their pursuit. "We can't keep running," Elijah called out to Zara, his eyes scanning the landscape for an escape route. "We need to find another path." Zara nodded, her breath coming in ragged gasps as they pushed deeper into the thicket. The vegetation grew denser with every step, but it was better than staying out in the open, where Stryker's men could spot them more easily. As they navigated through the undergrowth, Elijah noticed a path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. "We might have no choice," he said, pointing towards the path. "If we can find another way to rewind time, maybe we can shake them off." "What if it doesn't work?" Zara asked, her voice tinged with fear. "Or what if they catch up before we can make it?" Elijah hesitated for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he considered the risk. "It's our only option," he said finally. "We have to try." Together, they ventured down the path, their footsteps silent on the soft earth beneath them. The thicket thinned out, revealing a dimly lit interior chamber that seemed to pulse with energy. As they entered, Elijah felt a shiver run down his spine. He recognized the sensation from earlier. The presence lurking in the shadows was growing stronger. "We need to move quickly," he warned Zara as they made their way through the dimly lit space. "The longer we stay here, the more danger we're in." They pushed onward, feeling the heat of the chamber grow oppressive around them. Elijah could see strange symbols and carvings etched into the walls, but he had no time to study them as they continued their search for another way to rewind time. As they neared the center of the chamber, a small clearing opened up, revealing an ornate box resting on a pedestal. Elijah's eyes widened as he recognized it instantly. It was the artifact he had been searching for. With a quick glance over his shoulder to ensure they were still alone, he hurried towards it. Zara followed close behind, her heart racing as they approached the box. As Elijah reached out to touch it, a sudden explosion rocked the chamber, knocking them both off balance. Dust and debris flew everywhere as the ground shook beneath their feet. When the dust settled, they found themselves back at the precipice of the colossal structure, Stryker and his men standing before them. "You won't get away with this," Stryker snarled, his eyes cold and hard. "I will not let you take what is mine." Elijah felt a surge of determination as he stood tall, facing Stryker head-on. "You can try all you want, but we won't give up the artifact without a fight," he declared, his voice strong and steady. In the dimly lit interior chamber, Elijah and Zara, battered from their encounter with the malevolent energy, lay huddled on a small clearing. The artifact gleamed ominously in Elijah's trembling hands. He glanced up at Zara, her eyes wide with terror as she fought to catch her breath. "We have it," Elijah murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "But Stryker will not give up." Zara nodded weakly, her gaze fixed on the pulsating energy that still shook the walls of the chamber. As they prepared to rewind and escape, a faint sound echoed through the labyrinth, growing louder with each passing moment. Elijah's heart raced as he realized it was Stryker's men, closing in on their position. The scholar's eyes flickered to Zara, seeking her guidance, but she merely closed hers tightly, bracing herself for the inevitable confrontation. With a deep breath, Elijah focused his mind on the power of the artifact and the labyrinth itself. As he did so, the walls around them began to shift, the chamber melting away like wax before their eyes. Zara gripped onto him tighter as they found themselves standing on a narrow passageway once more, the sound of Stryker's men growing louder by the second. "We have to move," Elijah shouted over the cacophony of footsteps and voices. "Follow me." Without hesitation, he led Zara down a series of winding paths, through dense thickets and open spaces, always glancing back to ensure they weren't being followed. The labyrinth seemed to fight against them, its walls twisting and turning as if trying to ensnare them once more. But Elijah refused to let it claim them again. As they ran deeper into the maze, a faint glow in the distance caught Elijah's eye. He steered Zara towards it, praying it was a sign of an escape route. As they approached, he could make out the silhouette of a structure that seemed to pulse with energy, casting eerie shadows across their path. "What is that?" Zara whispered, her voice trembling as she gazed up at the colossal edifice. "I don't know," Elijah replied, his own heart racing as he considered the possibilities. "But I think it might be our best chance." Together, they ventured towards the structure, Stryker's men hot on their heels. As they reached its base, Elijah spotted a narrow passageway leading into the monolith itself. With a grunt of determination, he pulled Zara behind him and darted inside, leaving the labyrinth and Stryker's men far behind them. Inside the dimly lit interior chamber, Elijah and Zara found themselves surrounded by ancient scrolls and crystals that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, but it was a small price to pay for their newfound safety. With a sigh of relief, Elijah turned to face Zara, his eyes searching hers as they caught their breath. "We did it," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. "But we can't rest yet." Zara nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed on the artifact clutched tightly in Elijah's hands. The weight of what they carried seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment, but together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The obsidian scholars, chronomantic, labyrinth Elijah, and Zara stepped out of the dense thicket, finding themselves at the precipice of a colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. The air crackled around them, making their hairs stand on end. "What is this place?" Zara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah squinted, scanning the labyrinthine structure before them. "It appears to be another part of our ever-shifting labyrinth," he said. "The question remains, what lies within?" They descended into a passageway, their hearts pounding as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The dimly lit interior revealed an array of chambers and twisting corridors, each more confounding than the last. At one point, they came across an ancient scroll with strange symbols etched onto it. Zara picked up the scroll. "I can't make sense of these markings," she admitted. Elijah took the scroll from her, his eyes narrowed in concentration. "Perhaps if we decipher them, they may provide a clue to our next destination." As they continued their search, a shadowy figure began following them, its presence growing stronger with each passing moment. Stryker's men had tracked them down. The scholar and the scavenger would have to find a way to outwit their pursuers if they were to survive this treacherous labyrinth. Suddenly, the duo found themselves in a small clearing, with a monolith standing at its center. Covered in strange symbols and carvings, it seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Zara's eyes widened. "I think we've found our next challenge," she said, her voice trembling. Elijah looked up, his gaze locked onto the monolith. "If I am correct, this artifact is what Stryker has been after all along. Then we need to be more careful than ever before," Zara warned. "He'll stop at nothing to get it from us." Elijah nodded grimly. They approached the monolith cautiously, their hearts racing with anticipation and fear. As they reached out to touch its surface, a sudden surge of power coursed through them, sending them spiraling back in time once more. The world around them shifted and changed as they found themselves at the precipice of the colossal structure once more. The shadowy figure was still there, watching them intently. Stryker had not given up the chase. "We must move quickly," Elijah said, his eyes locked onto their pursuer. "If we don't find a way to outsmart him, we may never escape this labyrinth alive." Zara nodded. Together, they began to run, their hearts pounding as they navigated the ever-shifting corridors and chambers of the structure. Behind them, Stryker and his men were closing in, their footsteps echoing through the darkness. In the distance, a faint light flickered, illuminating a path that seemed to lead out of the labyrinth. They had to reach it before Stryker's men did. Their lives depended on it. As they approached the light, Elijah's eyes widened in realization. "This is it," he said breathlessly. "The exit." Zara nodded, her heart racing with hope and fear. They sprinted towards the light, their pursuers gaining ground with every step. But just as they reached the edge of the labyrinth, a sudden blast echoed through the air, sending them tumbling to the ground. When Elijah opened his eyes, he found himself staring up at Stryker, who stood over him, a smug smile on his face. "You should have known better than to try and outrun me," Stryker said coldly. "I always get what I want." Elijah struggled to stand, feeling the weight of the artifact around his neck. Zara lay next to him, unconscious. "You'll never take this from us," he growled defiantly. Stryker laughed cruelly. "We'll see about that, scholar." With that, he turned and disappeared back into the labyrinth, leaving Elijah and Zara alone in the open space before them. "Zara?" Elijah called out, shaking her gently. To his relief, she stirred, groaning as she came to consciousness. "We have to go," he said urgently. "Stryker won't be far behind." They made their way through the open space, their hearts pounding with fear and determination. Behind them, they could hear Stryker and his men closing in. They had to find a way to outsmart him once more, or risk losing everything they had fought for. Elijah and Zara stood on the precipice of the colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. The air was heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. As they gazed at the labyrinth before them, a sudden gust of wind carried whispers from its depths. "Leave it be," Zara warned, her eyes narrowing. "We don't know what we've disturbed." But Elijah, his curiosity piqued, took a step forward. "We cannot ignore what lies within. Our only hope for answers is the labyrinth." The moment they stepped foot onto the first stone path that led them deeper into the labyrinth, they felt the world shift around them. The dense thicket to their left seemed to tighten, as if trying to ensnare them. "Be careful," Zara murmured as she trailed behind Elijah, her eyes scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. They passed through a dimly lit interior chamber and entered another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth. The walls were lined with ancient scrolls, each one seemingly more mysterious than the last. As they carefully navigated the twisting passageways, Elijah couldn't resist the urge to examine them. The parchment was brittle and aged, but the ink still gleamed as if freshly applied. "These must hold valuable secrets," Elijah said as he ran a finger along the delicate script. "But we have little time to decipher them." Zara agreed, her eyes scanning the labyrinth for any signs of danger. They continued onward until they stumbled upon an ornate box sitting atop a pedestal in a small clearing. As Elijah reached out to take it, a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. "We should go," Zara said, her voice edged with urgency. Something is not right. But Elijah hesitated, his eyes locked on the box. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form elongating and contracting like a living sculpture. "Get down," Zara shouted as she shoved Elijah to the ground, just as a burst of malevolent energy erupted from the figure, sending them both tumbling backward. As they regained their footing, they found themselves face to face with Stryker and his men. The enigmatic leader sneered at them, his eyes cold and calculating. "You won't get away with this," he snarled, brandishing a gun. "I'll see you both rot in prison for what you've taken." Elijah and Zara exchanged desperate glances as they prepared to face their unwelcome visitors. The stakes had never been higher, and the labyrinth seemed to close in around them. But they were not about to let Stryker take away their only hope for answers. As they stood their ground, they knew that they would have to be smarter, faster, and stronger if they hoped to outsmart him. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth, the dimly lit interior chamber echoed with the distant sound of footsteps and the faint hum of an unknown energy source. Elijah and Zara stood guard at the entrance to a narrow passageway, their hearts pounding in anticipation. Behind them, the ornate box containing ancient secrets lay hidden within a small clearing. Elijah glanced over at Zara, her eyes wide with fear but determination burning in them. "We can't let Stryker take what we've found," he whispered, tightening his grip on his makeshift staff. "The labyrinth is our advantage. We'll outmaneuver him." Zara nodded grimly, her fingers curling around the hilt of her knife. The labyrinth had been both their sanctuary and prison, but it was all they had left to protect. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "Ready?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the humming energy. Elijah nodded once, his eyes scanning the dimly lit passageway. They had no idea if Stryker was alone or had reinforcements lurking in the shadows. As they stepped into the narrow passage, he spoke softly. "Remember, we adapt to survive." The walls seemed to press in on them as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Elijah's time-rewinding ability had proven invaluable in navigating its ever-shifting paths, but it also carried a heavy cost. Each day he rewound, the world around him aged faster, creating new obstacles and dangers with each attempt. As they moved through the labyrinth, Zara's keen senses alerted her to a presence lurking in the shadows ahead. A soft hissing sound echoed through the passageway, followed by the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on gravel. Elijah tensed, readying himself for combat. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from around a bend, its form distorted and malevolent energy radiating from it. Zara lunged forward, her knife flashing in the dim light. As she struck out at the entity, it shrieked in agony before dissolving into wispies of smoke that dispersed into the darkness. Elijah glanced back at the empty passageway, a sense of unease creeping over him. "What was that?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. Zara hesitated for a moment before answering, "I don't know. But we can't linger here. Stryker will be here soon." They pressed on, their footsteps echoing through the labyrinth as they made their way deeper into its heart. The passageway opened up into a vast open space, filled with glittering crystals, pulsating with energy and casting an eerie light over everything. In the center stood another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering crystal light. Elijah approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the monolith's intricate details. As he reached out to touch it, the ground beneath them trembled violently, causing them both to stumble. The monolith hummed loudly as it began to glow brighter, illuminating the surrounding area with a brilliant light. "What are you doing?" Zara demanded, gripping Elijah's arm tightly. "We need to get out of here before Stryker finds us." Elijah shook his head, his gaze fixed on the monolith. "This could hold answers we've been looking for," he whispered. "If we can decipher its secrets, it could change everything." As they stood there, the monolith began to pulse faster and brighter, its energy growing more intense with each passing second. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the space, and the ground beneath their feet split open, revealing a deep chasm that swallowed them up. Elijah managed to grab onto Zara's arm as they plummeted into darkness below. They tumbled through the void for what felt like an eternity before landing hard on a soft surface. As they struggled to catch their breath, they found themselves in another part of the labyrinth, a dimly lit interior chamber filled with strange artifacts and ancient scrolls. "We made it," Elijah panted, leaning against the cold stone walls. "But we can't stay here long. Stryker is bound to find us eventually." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the room for a way out. They had been in dire situations before, but this one felt different. The stakes were higher, the dangers more immediate, but they wouldn't let fear dictate their actions. Instead, they would adapt and survive. Together, they began to search for a means of escape, each new passageway leading them deeper into the labyrinth's heart. And as they ventured further, they knew that Stryker was closing in, his pursuit relentless and unyielding. But Elijah and Zara were determined to outsmart him and protect what they had discovered, secrets that could change their world forever. Elijah Blackwood and Zara Winterstorm stood on a precipice, gazing out at the vast labyrinth that sprawled before them. The colossal structure pulsed with energy, its ancient walls covered in strange symbols and carvings. They had discovered this hidden place by touching a monolith deep within the labyrinth, which caused a chasm to appear beneath them, sending them tumbling into the depths below. Elijah's eyes darted around the dimly lit interior, scanning for any claws or means of escape. "Zara," he murmured, "this place is unlike anything I have ever seen." Zara nodded, her expression thoughtful as she studied the ornate box that contained ancient secrets. "I've never encountered a labyrinth like this either. But we need to find an exit before Stryker and his men catch up with us." Elijah frowned, glancing over at the dense thicket that surrounded them on all sides. "We should split up and search for a way out." "I'll take the left side of the path, and you take the right," he suggested. Zara hesitated, glancing around nervously. "I don't like the idea of being separated in this place." Elijah smiled reassuringly. "I will be careful, Zara. We've come too far to let Stryker capture us now." He gestured towards the thicket. "Let's go." As they began their search, Elijah felt a strange energy coursing through him. It was as if each day that passed, time was running out faster than he could rewind it. The air grew thick with tension, and the labyrinth seemed to grow more complex by the minute. Every twisting path led to another challenge, from shadowy figures lurking in the darkness to hidden traps that threatened their lives. Elijah's mind raced as he navigated the ever-shifting labyrinth, constantly scanning for any sign of Stryker or his men. He knew they were close. He could feel it. The air seemed to crackle with malevolent energy, as if something was watching them from the shadows. As Elijah pushed deeper into the labyrinth, he stumbled upon a small clearing in the thicket. In the center of the clearing stood a monolith, its surface covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to dance before his eyes. He felt an urge to touch it but hesitated, sensing that this might not be safe. Zara appeared at his side, her expression tense as she looked at the monolith. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know," Elijah replied, his gaze fixed on the strange artifact. "But I have a feeling that touching it may reveal something important." Zara nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "Then let's do it together." Together they approached the monolith, their hearts pounding in anticipation. As Elijah reached out to touch the surface of the artifact, a sudden tremor shook the labyrinth, sending them sprawling to the ground. The monolith pulsed with energy, and Elijah felt a surge of power coursing through him. The world around them seemed to shimmer and distort as they were swept up in a whirlwind of colors and sounds. When it finally subsided, they found themselves back on the precipice where they had first entered the labyrinth. The colossal structure loomed before them, its walls even more intricate than before. Elijah stared at the monolith, his mind reeling from the experience. "What just happened?" he asked, his voice shaky. Zara looked around nervously. "I don't know, but I have a feeling we need to find a way out of here before Stryker and his men catch up with us." Elijah nodded, glancing over at the dense thicket that surrounded them on all sides. "Let's get moving." The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah and Zara sprinted through the dense thicket, their heartbeats pounding in sync with the rhythm of their feet hitting the damp earth. The air was heavy with tension as they clung to each other for support, navigating the ever-shifting labyrinth that seemed to change every time they blinked. "Zara," Elijah panted, glancing over his shoulder as he heard a faint crashing behind them. "We need to find an exit before Stryker's men catch up." "I know," Zara whispered back, her eyes scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of their pursuers. "But we can't ignore this place any longer. We have to find out what's inside that monolith." She pointed towards a massive stone structure standing ominously among the trees, its surface covered in strange symbols and carvings. Elijah hesitated, knowing the consequences of touching such an artifact, but his curiosity got the better of him. He approached the monolith, reaching out hesitantly to touch it. The world around them shifted suddenly, plunging into darkness as the monolith sent them back to their starting point. Elijah felt a cold shiver run down his spine. As they regained consciousness, he noticed something different about the landscape, a small clearing nearby, leading to a narrow passageway that seemed to pulse with energy. "That way," Zara whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind that whipped through the trees. They didn't dare make any noise as they crept towards the glowing path, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they discovered another chamber, its dimly lit interior casting eerie shadows on the walls. Inside lay a large ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that hummed softly with an unknown energy. Elijah could feel the power coursing through him as he approached the artifact, his mind racing with possibilities. "This is too dangerous," Zara whispered, pulling him away from the chamber. "We need to find a way out before Stryker catches up." Elijah reluctantly agreed, but the temptation of the power within the artifact was overwhelming. He felt a sudden urge to take it with them, knowing it could be their ticket to safety or their undoing. As they stepped back into the passageway, they heard footsteps echoing behind them. Stryker and his men were closing in, their intentions clear. Elijah gripped the artifact tightly, ready to defend it at all costs as the labyrinth closed around them, its dangers growing ever more severe with each passing day. As Elijah and Zara sprinted through another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, they could feel the malevolent energy pulsing around them. The air was thick with anticipation, their hearts pounding in sync with their footsteps as they weaved their way through the dense thicket. "We're getting closer," Elijah panted, clutching the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals tightly to his chest. "I can feel it." Zara glanced over her shoulder, her eyes widening at the sight of Stryker and his men closing in on their position. She gritted her teeth, adrenaline surging through her veins as she increased her pace. "We need to find a safe spot to hide," she called back to Elijah, knowing full well that every second counted. With each step, the labyrinth seemed to shift and change around them, the shadows growing darker and more menacing. The air grew colder, and they could hear the faint sound of Stryker's voice, echoing through the dimly lit interior chamber, growing louder with every passing moment. As they reached a small clearing, Zara spotted a narrow passageway leading deeper into the labyrinth. "This way," she hissed, pulling Elijah behind her and darting off into the darkness without looking back. They found themselves in another chamber, its walls lined with strange symbols and carvings. At the far end of the room stood a monolith that seemed to pulse with energy. Zara's eyes widened as she took it all in, her senses on high alert. "This is dangerous," Elijah warned, his voice barely above a whisper. "But we have no other choice." Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and placed a hand on the monolith. As soon as he made contact, everything around them vanished, and they found themselves back at the precipice of the colossal structure, where their journey had begun. Zara cursed under her breath, frustration boiling over as she realized that the monoliths were only sending them back to their starting point. "We're stuck in a loop," she growled. "How are we supposed to escape if we can't even get out of this chamber?" Elijah grimaced, his eyes fixed on the distant structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we have to keep trying. We can't give up now." As they began searching for a way out once more, they heard Stryker's men approaching, their footsteps growing louder and more urgent. With no other choice, Elijah clutched the artifact tightly and prepared himself for battle as the duo braced themselves for another encounter with Stryker and his men. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth, the duo navigated through the dense thicket, the air growing colder and heavier as they delved deeper into the ever-shifting labyrinth. Elijah's heart raced with excitement and fear as he clutched the ancient scroll tightly. "We need to keep moving," he urged Zara, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stryker won't rest until he captures what we found." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. The labyrinth twisted and turned around them, its walls pulsing with energy. A sudden shift in the structure sent pebbles skittering down a nearby passageway, making Zara's heart leap into her throat. "We need to find another way out before they catch up," she said, tightening her grip on her knife. The ground beneath their feet seemed unstable, as if it could give way at any moment. They hurried along a narrow passageway, the air growing dimmer and colder. Up ahead, a faint light flickered through a small clearing. "That has to be an exit," Elijah said, his voice trembling with anticipation. "We have to make it there before Stryker catches up." Zara nodded again, her eyes never leaving the path ahead. As they approached the clearing, however, something shifted within the labyrinth. A presence lurked in the shadows, watching them approach. "Something's wrong," Zara whispered, drawing her knife. "We need to be careful." The ground trembled beneath their feet as they entered the small clearing, and a malevolent energy grew stronger around them. Elijah felt his heart pounding in his chest as he looked up to see Stryker standing at the entrance to another chamber, his men surrounding him. "So, you've finally made it this far," Stryker said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I've been expecting you." Elijah and Zara exchanged glances, their hearts racing as they considered their options. They knew that if they stayed put, they would be captured and the artifact would fall into Stryker's hands. But if they fought, they risked being overpowered by Stryker's men. "We have to get out of here," Elijah whispered urgently. "There has to be another way." Zara nodded again, her eyes darting around the clearing for an escape route. As she looked up, however, something caught her eye, a narrow passageway hidden behind Stryker's men. "There," she breathed, pointing toward the passageway. "We can take them by surprise." Elijah nodded, his eyes locking on the narrow opening. They knew that it would be dangerous, but they had no other choice. With a fierce cry, they charged at Stryker's men, determined to make it out of the labyrinth alive. As the battle raged around them, Elijah and Zara fought with all their might. Stryker watched with cold eyes as his men fell one by one, unable to shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The scholar and the scavenger were a formidable pair, but he knew that they would not be able to evade him for long. In the end, it was Zara who dealt the final blow, slitting Stryker's throat as he lunged at her with a desperate cry. The duo breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts still pounding in their chests as they turned to leave the labyrinth. As they approached the exit, however, Elijah felt a strange sensation wash over him. The walls around them seemed to shift and warp, and he knew that something was terribly wrong. "What's happening?" Zara asked, her eyes wide with fear. Elijah looked around frantically, trying to find an explanation for the chaos. It was then that he realized what had happened. In their haste to escape Stryker and his men, they had triggered a trap within the labyrinth. The structure began to collapse around them, burying them beneath rubble and dust. As they struggled to free themselves, Elijah knew that they were running out of time. He looked into Zara's eyes, knowing that he'd have to make a decision that could determine their fate. "We need to use the artifact," he said, his voice shaking with determination. "If we can rewind back far enough, maybe we can find a way out." Zara nodded, her eyes filled with fear and determination. Together, they activated the artifact, feeling a strange sensation as time seemed to bend around them. When they emerged from the rubble, they found themselves standing at the precipice of another colossal structure. "Where are we?" Elijah asked, looking around in confusion. Zara shook her head, her eyes scanning their surroundings. "I don't know," she said quietly. "But I think we might have a chance here." The duo looked at each other, knowing that they had no choice but to press on. They could feel the weight of Stryker's organization bearing down on them, and they knew that their journey was far from over. As they set off toward the structure before them, Elijah couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. He knew that their adventure would take them to places they never imagined, and that they would face challenges beyond their wildest dreams. As the sun began to set, casting elongated shadows across the open space before them, Elijah and Zara found themselves standing atop a precipice, gazing upon another colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. The labyrinth stretched out below them like an endless maze of ever-shifting obstacles, beckoning them deeper into its depths. Zara's eyes scanned the landscape cautiously, her senses heightened by a sudden prickling sensation at the back of her neck. "Elijah," she whispered, "I think we're being watched." Ignoring her warning, Elijah approached the edge of the precipice, peering intently at the labyrinthine structure. As he reached out to touch its rough surface, Zara grabbed his arm and yanked him away. "We should be careful," she said, a hint of urgency in her voice. "Something doesn't feel right." Elijah laughed nervously, shaking off her concerns. "Of course it feels wrong, Zara," he replied. "We're in the heart of an ever-shifting labyrinth. It's supposed to feel strange." Zara's eyes narrowed as she took a step back from the precipice, scanning the dense thicket that surrounded them. "I mean, it feels wrong in another way," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Like something is waiting for us." Before Elijah could respond, a distant sound echoed through the air, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Zara's heart pounded as she turned to face the source of the noise. But before she could react, a shadowy figure emerged from the thicket, moving swiftly towards them with purposeful strides. Elijah and Zara exchanged glances, their eyes widening in terror as they recognized the figure. It was Victor Stryker, leader of the organization that had been hunting them relentlessly for weeks. "So, you found us," Elijah said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I'm afraid we have no intention of handing over what we've taken." Stryker's eyes flicked between the two fugitives, a cold smile spreading across his face. "You think you can escape me?" he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I will find you, and when I do, I will take back what is rightfully mine." Zara's fingers twitched towards the artifact hidden beneath her cloak, her heart racing as she prepared to defend herself and Elijah against Stryker's men. But before she could act, a sudden blast of energy erupted from the structure behind them, sending them all flying to the ground. As they struggled to their feet, Zara caught sight of another figure, an unknown entity standing atop the colossal structure, warning them to return what they had taken. The entity's voice echoed through the air, its message clear. "You have meddled with forces beyond your understanding. You must leave this place and never return." Elijah's eyes burned with determination as he locked gazes with the unknown entity. "We will not be deterred," he declared, his voice firm. "We will continue our quest to unlock the secrets of time, no matter the cost." The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. A sudden jolt thrust Elijah and Zara off balance, landing them in a dense thicket. They were disoriented but managed to regain their footing as branches cracked beneath their feet. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and shadows danced around them like restless phantoms. Elijah's gaze darted to Zara, concern etched across his features. "Are you all right?" Zara nodded, her expression tense as she surveyed their surroundings. "We need to find a way out." As they ventured deeper into the thicket, Elijah noticed something unusual about the leaves. They seemed older than they should be for the time of day. He shared his observation with Zara, who nodded knowingly. "The labyrinth is growing more unpredictable," she said. "If we don't find a way out soon, I fear we may end up stuck here." Suddenly, a soft hum emanated from the distance. It seemed to grow louder as they moved closer, until they found themselves standing before a colossal structure that pulsed with an eerie energy. The hum resonated within them, causing their hearts to race and their limbs to tremble. "What is that?" Elijah asked, squinting at the strange edifice. Zara's eyes widened as she took a tentative step forward. "It looks like another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth," she whispered. They cautiously approached the structure, their senses on high alert for any sign of danger. As they neared, the hum intensified, becoming almost deafening. Elijah could feel a malevolent energy pulsating from the structure, threatening to consume them if they stayed too long. Just as they were about to retreat, the ground beneath their feet gave way, sending them plummeting into darkness. They landed in a small clearing, surrounded by towering walls of stone that seemed to close in around them. A narrow passageway led deeper into the heart of an ever-shifting labyrinth. "This is madness," Elijah exclaimed, shaking his head. "We have to find a way out." Zara nodded grimly. And quickly, as they ventured further, the walls seemed to close in on them, the air growing colder and more oppressive. They heard whispers and footsteps behind them, echoing through the darkness like spectral wraiths. Elijah's grip tightened around the artifact as they pressed onward, his heart pounding in his chest. They came upon another chamber, this one dimly lit with flickering torchlight. A shadowy figure stood at its entrance, watching them intently. As Elijah and Zara approached, the figure retreated into the darkness, leaving behind a sense of unease. We have to be careful, Zara warned as they entered the chamber. Something's not right. Elijah nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger. They found themselves standing before an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals. Elijah approached it cautiously, a feeling of reverence washing over him as he studied the intricate carvings that adorned its surface. As he reached out to touch the artifact, a voice echoed through the chamber, "You should not have come here." Elijah jumped back, his heart racing as he looked around for the source of the warning. "Who's there?" he called out, clutching the artifact tightly. The voice responded, "I am but a guardian of these ancient secrets. You should return what you have taken." Elijah's eyes narrowed as he considered the warning. He knew that Stryker and his men were closing in on their position, and they needed to find a way out before it was too late. "We won't be able to do that," he said, his voice steady. "If we don't leave soon, we may never escape." The Guardian's voice seemed to grow more insistent. "You will face dire consequences if you continue down this path." As the warning echoed through the chamber, Elijah and Zara knew that they had no choice but to press onward. They would have to find a way out of the labyrinth before Stryker's men caught up with them, or they became trapped in its ever-shifting maze forever. They continued onward, their senses heightened for any sign of danger. The walls seemed to close in around them as they ventured deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, the hum growing louder and more oppressive with each step. Elijah's grip tightened around the artifact, knowing that it held the key to their survival and their destruction. As they approached a precipice overlooking another colossal structure, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Stryker stood atop a large monolith, his eyes locked on their position. Elijah's heart sank as he realized that they had been found. "We have to go," Zara said urgently, grabbing Elijah's arm. "Stryker's men are closing in." Elijah nodded, his gaze never leaving Stryker as he prepared to activate the artifact. As he did so, a blinding flash of light engulfed them, sending them hurtling through time and space. They landed in another part of the labyrinth, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. They knew that they were running out of time. Stryker's forces would be closing in on their position soon, and they needed to find a way out before it was too late. But as they ventured deeper into the maze, they could feel the labyrinth growing more unpredictable and more dangerous. The duo tread lightly through a dimly lit passageway, their hearts pounding with each echo of footsteps they heard around them. Zara clutched the artifact tightly beneath her cloak, feeling its malevolent energy pulsating against her skin. "Elijah," she whispered, "I think they're getting closer. We must find a way out before Stryker catches up to us." Elijah replied urgently, his mind racing with thoughts of the consequences if they were captured. Suddenly, they came upon an open space filled with towering walls of stone and a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As they approached, the air around them grew thick with tension, and the whispers grew louder. Zara's grip on the artifact tightened, her eyes wide with fear. "This is bad," Elijah murmured, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of sounds that filled the chamber. "We need to leave." As they backed away from the monolith, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct and menacing. Zara gasped, her body tensing as she reached for the artifact. Elijah quickly grabbed her arm, his eyes locked onto the figure. "No," he hissed. "We can't use it here." Before they could make a decision, a loud crash echoed through the chamber, and the sound of footsteps grew louder. Stryker's men had found them. Elijah glanced at Zara, his eyes filled with determination. "We must find another way out," he said firmly. "The artifact is too dangerous here." With no time to spare, they sprinted away from the chamber and into another passageway, their hearts racing as they tried to stay one step ahead of Stryker's forces. The labyrinth seemed to grow more treacherous with each passing moment, but they pressed on, their resolve unwavering as they continued deeper into the heart of the ever-shifting labyrinth. As they ran, Zara whispered, "What if we can't outrun them?" "What then?" Elijah glanced at her, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "We won't have to," he said softly. "Not if I can help it." They came upon a small clearing, the air around them growing colder as they stepped into the open space. In the distance, another colossal structure loomed, pulsating with energy and shrouded in mystery. Elijah's eyes narrowed as he studied the structure, his mind racing with possibilities. "This could be our chance," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the wind howling around them. "We must activate the artifact here." Zara hesitated, her fear warring with curiosity and intrigue. "Are you sure it's safe?" she asked, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Elijah nodded, his gaze fixed on the structure ahead. "I believe so," he said firmly. "But we have to act fast." With no other options in sight, Zara activated the artifact, and they were sent hurtling through time and space, landing in another part of the labyrinth, with little time to spare before Stryker's forces caught up. As they stood there, panting and disoriented, Elijah turned to Zara, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. "We must find a way out," he said firmly. "And we will." Zara nodded, her own determination burning strong as they set off once more, their hearts pounding in their chests as they faced the challenges ahead. They knew that Stryker would not stop until they were captured, but they refused to give up. They had come too far, learned too much, and discovered secrets that could change the course of history. As they continued onward, Elijah whispered, "We will find a way out of this labyrinth, Zara. And together, we will unravel the mysteries of time." The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The duo sprinted through the dense thicket, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Behind them, the relentless footsteps of Stryker's men grew louder with each passing moment. Elijah scanned the landscape ahead as they ran, searching for any hint of an escape route. "Zara," he shouted over his shoulder, "can you feel it? The labyrinth shifting around us?" "I think so," Zara replied, breathlessly. "It's like a heartbeat pulsing with energy." Ahead, the path they were on forked off into two directions. Elijah paused, weighing their options as Stryker's men continued to close in. He looked to Zara, who nodded resolutely. Together, they chose the left path, hoping it would lead them further from the danger behind them. As they ran deeper into the labyrinth, the walls seemed to close in around them. Elijah felt his heart racing with anticipation and fear, but he refused to give up. They had come too far to surrender now. The path opened up into a dimly lit interior chamber, revealing a small clearing in the center. In the middle of the clearing stood an enormous structure that seemed to pulse with energy. Elijah's eyes widened as he recognized it, the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals. "Zara," he whispered reverently, "we might have found what we've been searching for." But as they approached the box, a shadowy figure materialized from the darkness, blocking their path. Elijah grabbed Zara's arm and pulled her back just as Stryker stepped out of the shadows, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I've been looking for you," he said, his voice cold and menacing. "Hand over the artifact, or I won't hesitate to kill you both." Elijah and Zara exchanged desperate glances, knowing they had no choice but to stand their ground. As Stryker's forces closed in around them, Elijah braced himself for a fight. He knew the stakes were higher than ever before, and he would do whatever it took to protect the secrets of time. With a determined look on his face, Elijah raised his hands, ready to defend themselves against Stryker and his men. The labyrinth continued to shift around them, threatening to swallow them whole. But Elijah refused to let fear dictate their fate. As long as he had Zara by his side, they would find a way out. The battle was fierce and grueling, but in the end Elijah and Zara emerged victorious, with the artifact still clutched tightly in their grasp. Stryker's forces retreated, their leader seething with anger as he vowed to hunt them down once more. As they caught their breath, Elijah looked at Zara with newfound admiration. "We did it," he whispered, amazed by her strength and resilience. Zara smiled weakly. "Together, we can conquer anything." With the artifact safely in their possession, they knew the labyrinth would continue to present new challenges, but they also knew that together, they could face whatever came their way. As they pressed onward into the ever-shifting labyrinth, they couldn't help but wonder what other secrets awaited them. The duo continued to navigate through the labyrinth, always searching for a way out, while unraveling its mysteries. They encountered a passageway that led them deeper into the structure, eventually finding themselves in an open space filled with towering walls of stone. In the center stood a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As they approached the monolith, Elijah felt a strange sensation coursing through his veins. "Zara," he said, his voice trembling, "I think we're in trouble." Before Zara could respond, an unknown entity warned them to return what they had taken, its voice echoing through the labyrinth like thunder. Elijah looked around frantically, but there was no one in sight. He knew they couldn't afford to linger any longer. Together, they sprinted away from the monolith, their hearts pounding with fear. They could hear Stryker's forces closing in on them, and they knew they had to find a way out before it was too late. As they ran, Elijah felt the weight of the artifact pressing down upon him, the malevolent energy within it threatening to consume them both. They reached another passageway, and Zara stopped suddenly, her eyes widening in terror. "Elijah," she whispered, pointing behind them. Stryker stood there, surrounded by his men, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I've been waiting for you," he said, his voice dripping with malice. Elijah knew they had no choice but to fight. They engaged in another brutal battle, their lives hanging in the balance as they struggled against Stryker and his forces. But in the end, they emerged victorious once more, managing to escape with their lives and the artifact intact. As they caught their breath, Elijah looked at Zara with newfound admiration. "We did it," he whispered, amazed by her strength and resilience. Zara smiled weakly. "Together, we can conquer anything." With the artifact still in their possession, they knew the labyrinth would continue to present new challenges, but they also knew that together, they could face whatever came their way. As they pressed onward into the ever-shifting labyrinth, they couldn't help but wonder what other secrets awaited them. Their journey through the labyrinth continued for days, with Elijah and Zara growing closer with each passing moment. They faced countless dangers together, their bond strengthening as they relied on one another to survive. But the labyrinth was a cruel mistress, and it tested them at every turn. One day, as they were navigating through another chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll that seemed to hold the key to unlocking even more secrets of time. Elijah's heart raced with excitement as he unrolled the parchment, his eyes scanning the delicate script. As he read aloud, Zara listened intently, her curiosity piqued. The scroll spoke of an artifact that could grant its wielder control over time itself, but it warned that such power came with great responsibility and danger. Elijah's mind raced with the possibilities, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. As they continued their journey, they encountered a strange energy emanating from another part of the labyrinth. It seemed to pulse with power, drawing them in like moths to a flame. Elijah felt a strange pull toward it, but he knew better than to let his curiosity get the best of him. They approached cautiously, their senses on high alert. As they reached the source of the energy, they found themselves standing before another monolith, this one larger and more ancient than any they had encountered before. It seemed to hum with power, its surface adorned with symbols that shimmered in the dim light. Elijah felt a strange compulsion to touch the monolith, but Zara grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "We can't trust it," she said, her voice filled with warning. But Elijah couldn't resist the pull any longer. He reached out and touched the monolith, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his veins. As he did so, the labyrinth around them seemed to shift and warp, the walls closing in on them like a vice. Zara screamed as Stryker and his forces materialized before them, their eyes filled with malice. "You've made a terrible mistake," Stryker sneered, his voice dripping with venom. "I warned you not to meddle with the power of time." Elijah knew they were in over their heads, but he refused to give up. Together, they fought against Stryker and his men, determined to protect the secrets of time. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't seem to shake them off. As they battled, Zara noticed something strange. The monolith was changing, its symbols shifting and moving in ways that seemed impossible. She realized with a jolt that it was absorbing their energy, growing stronger with each passing moment. Elijah knew they had to act fast if they wanted to escape. He grabbed Zara's hand and focused his energy on the artifact, willing it to open a portal for them to escape through. As he did so, the monolith seemed to roar in protest, its power surging through the labyrinth like a wild beast. Stryker lunged toward them, but Elijah and Zara were already gone, disappearing into the swirling vortex that had opened before them. As they were pulled through, they felt the monolith's power fade away, its grip on them broken at last. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves in a small clearing surrounded by towering walls of stone. They took a deep breath, their hearts racing with relief. But they knew that their journey was far from over. The labyrinth still held countless secrets, and they were determined to uncover them all. As they continued their journey through the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara grew closer, their bond strengthening as they relied on one another for support and guidance. They faced countless challenges together, but they never lost hope. For they knew that with each obstacle they overcame, they were one step closer to understanding the secrets of time. In the end, it was Zara who discovered the key to unlocking the labyrinth's final secret, a hidden chamber deep within its heart that contained an artifact unlike any other. When Elijah and Zara touched it, they felt a surge of power coursing through their veins, their hearts pounding with excitement. They knew that this artifact was different. It wasn't just a tool for controlling time. It was a key to understanding its very nature. With this knowledge in hand, they realized that they had the power to shape the future however they desired. But as they gazed upon the artifact, they also understood that with great power comes great responsibility. They knew that they must use their newfound abilities wisely and carefully, lest they risk plunging the world into chaos. With a solemn nod, Elijah and Zara decided to keep the secret of time's nature hidden, using their powers only for the greater good. Together, they would continue to navigate the labyrinth, facing whatever challenges came their way with courage and determination. As they ran deeper into the ever-shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara found themselves in a small clearing surrounded by towering walls of stone. In the center lay an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. They knew this had to be their destination. "We can't let Stryker get his hands on this," Elijah said urgently, examining the artifact. His eyes glimmered with determination as he clutched the box tightly. Zara nodded in agreement, scanning the area for any signs of danger. The labyrinth had grown increasingly treacherous since they acquired the artifact, with Stryker's forces hot on their trail and an ominous presence lurking in the shadows. As they approached the box, a mysterious voice echoed through the chamber, "Return what you have taken, or face the consequences." The walls seemed to tremble, and a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Elijah's grip tightened on the box as he prepared for battle. Zara drew her weapon, standing beside him protectively. Together they faced the unknown entity, ready to defend their find. As they fought, Stryker appeared behind them, flanked by a group of heavily armed men. Elijah and Zara had no choice but to run. Using the artifact's power to open another portal and escape, they emerged in another part of the labyrinth, pursued relentlessly by Stryker's forces. The duo raced through a dimly lit passageway, dodging traps and obstacles as they tried to lose their pursuers. The walls seemed to close in on them, but Elijah's mind was focused solely on protecting the artifact and surviving another day. They finally found refuge in a hidden chamber, just out of reach of Stryker's forces. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the cold stone floor, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. Zara gazed at Elijah, concern etched across her face. "We can't keep running forever," she whispered. "Sooner or later, we'll run out of time." The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth, with each day rewound, the world around Elijah and Zara aged at an alarming rate, creating new obstacles within the labyrinth that seemed to adapt to their presence. The walls shifted, traps sprang to life, and ominous presences lurked in the shadows as they traversed this ever-changing maze. The duo had found a temporary sanctuary within a small clearing, but it was not long before they were discovered by Stryker's forces, who closed in on their position. A tense standoff ensued, with both sides cautiously assessing each other's power and strategies. Elijah eyed the artifact hidden beneath Zara's cloak, feeling its energy pulsate with each beat of his heart. He knew they had to use it against Stryker, but he couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would unleash a malevolent force beyond their control. Zara watched as Stryker approached, a cold glint in his eyes. "Hand over what you have taken, and I will let you walk away," he threatened. But Zara remained defiant, her gaze never wavering from the man who sought to possess their power. Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed through the labyrinth as the walls began to shift violently. A mysterious entity seemed to be taking control of the structure, creating new passages and barriers that trapped Stryker's men in one area, while freeing Elijah and Zara from another. With an opportunity presenting itself, Elijah made his move. He unveiled the artifact and focused his energy upon it, chanting ancient words of power as he channeled his knowledge into the object. The air crackled with energy, and a blinding light enveloped them as they were transported to another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth. They found themselves in a dimly lit passageway, surrounded by stone walls that seemed to pulse with energy. In the distance, a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings stood tall, emanating an eerie glow. Elijah and Zara cautiously approached, sensing the immense power contained within this relic. As they drew closer, the monolith began to hum, its energy resonating with the artifact they carried. Suddenly, a hidden chamber was revealed before them, and within it lay an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that seemed to pulse with the same energy as their own artifact. Elijah reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as he touched the box. The contents seemed to call out to him, promising answers to questions he had spent years seeking. But he hesitated, torn between using this knowledge for the greater good or allowing it to consume them both. Zara's eyes never left Stryker's men, who were still trapped within another part of the labyrinth. She knew they couldn't afford to wait any longer, not when so much was at stake. With a determined look in her eyes, she urged Elijah to open the box and unlock the secrets hidden within. As he did, the chamber filled with an otherworldly glow, revealing ancient scrolls that detailed the true nature of time and its manipulation. The crystals seemed to hum with power, their energies intertwining with those of Elijah's artifact. The duo quickly gathered as much knowledge as they could, feeling the weight of this newfound power growing within them. But they knew it wouldn't be long before Stryker found them again, and they would have to make a choice: use their power to save humanity or prioritize their own survival in this ever-shifting labyrinth. The tension between them grew as the minutes ticked away. The walls of the chamber seemed to close in around them, the air thick with anticipation. They had come so far and sacrificed so much to unravel the secrets of time, but they knew that this was only the beginning. As Elijah closed the box and looked into Zara's eyes, he could see the fear and determination burning within her. Together, they would face whatever came next, knowing that their choices would determine not just their own fates, but those of countless others trapped within the labyrinth. With a deep breath, Elijah focused on the artifact once more, feeling its power surging through him. "We must move," he said, his voice steady despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. "Stryker will not rest until we are both captured or destroyed." Elijah and Zara had barely caught their breath before the labyrinth shifted around them once more. The walls of stone crumbled, revealing a hidden chamber, and within it lay an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Elijah's eyes widened in awe as he approached the artifact, while Zara remained cautious, her instincts urging her to be wary of such powerful objects. "This could be our key to defeating Stryker," Elijah mused, his fingers hovering over the box. "But we must tread carefully." Zara nodded, glancing around the chamber as they exchanged a knowing look. The labyrinth seemed to sense their unease. It began to shift once more, creating new obstacles for them to navigate. As they navigated through a dense thicket, Elijah and Zara could feel the presence of something malevolent lurking in the shadows. They moved cautiously, their hearts racing as they listened for any hint of danger. "I can sense a powerful entity here," Elijah murmured, his eyes scanning the dimly lit passageway. "It seems to be guiding us through the labyrinth." Zara frowned. Perhaps it's trying to lead us to Stryker or another trap. Elijah shook his head. I don't think so. I sense a strange energy emanating from this entity. It seems to be helping us escape Stryker's men. Zara hesitated, considering Elijah's words. She had always trusted her instincts when it came to danger, but she couldn't deny the feeling that the entity might offer them a chance to stay one step ahead of Stryker. With renewed determination, they pressed on, following the entity deeper into the labyrinth. As they made their way through another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, the walls began to close in around them, trapping them in a small clearing. In the distance, they could see towering walls of stone and a monolith in strange symbols and carvings. Zara's heart raced as she realized that Stryker and his men were closing in on their position, their footsteps echoing through the labyrinth like a relentless drumbeat. We need to find a way out of here, Elijah whispered urgently, scanning the area for an escape route. Stryker's forces are getting closer. Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the monolith for any clues as to how they could escape. Suddenly, the monolith seemed to pulse with energy, drawing their attention. She hesitated, sensing a strange connection between the artifact and the entity guiding them through the labyrinth. Do you think it's trying to tell us something? She asked Elijah, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah nodded, his eyes focused on the monolith. I believe so. We need to trust this entity and use its power to escape Stryker. Zara took a deep breath, her heart racing as she reached out and touched the monolith. Instantly, the labyrinth around them began to shift, creating a passageway that led them deeper into the labyrinth. They followed the passageway, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. As they made their way through another dimly lit passageway, Zara couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. She glanced around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever lurked in the shadows. Elijah, sensing her unease, reached out to take her hand, offering her comfort and reassurance. We're almost there, he murmured, his voice low and steady. I can feel it. Zara nodded, focusing on the energy pulsating through the labyrinth as they made their way deeper into its heart. Suddenly, the passageway opened up into a vast open space filled with towering walls of stone. In the center stood another monolith, covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to dance before their eyes. Zara gasped as she realized what was happening. They had been led to another part of the labyrinth, one that housed a powerful artifact that could help them defeat Stryker. As they approached the monolith, they could feel its energy coursing through them, filling them with a sense of purpose and determination. We can do this, Elijah murmured, his eyes shining with determination. With this power, we can save humanity. Zara nodded, her heart swelling with pride as she realized that, together, they could face anything the labyrinth threw at them. They took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to confront whatever lay ahead as they continued their quest to control time. But little did they know, Stryker was closer than ever, his forces hot on their heels, determined to stop them at any cost. As they stood before the monolith, they knew that the battle for control of time was about to reach its climax. They had no idea what dangers awaited them in the heart of the labyrinth, but one thing was certain: they would face them head-on, with courage and determination. As the labyrinth shifted around them once more, Elijah and Zara prepared for the challenges ahead. They knew that their lives, and the fate of humanity, hung in the balance, and they were ready to do whatever it took to succeed. With renewed determination, they stepped forward, eager to confront Stryker and his forces and finally bring this conflict to an end. The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah and Zara stood before a monolith pulsating with energy, its surface covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. They felt an eerie connection to this artifact, sensing it could be their key to defeating Stryker. The malevolent entity continued, guiding them through the labyrinth, leading them deeper into the maze. I can't shake the feeling that we are being led astray, Zara whispered, glancing back at the path they had taken. What if this monolith is a trap? Elijah hesitated, studying the symbols etched upon the structure. It feels different, he said, tracing his fingers along the carvings. There's something here that we need. As Elijah reached out to touch the monolith, a sudden rumble echoed through the labyrinth, causing him to pull away. A shadowy figure emerged from behind the monolith, revealing Victor Stryker and his men, their weapons at the ready. "So, you've found our prize," Stryker sneered, advancing towards them with a cold, calculating grin. "You won't get far with it." Zara quickly drew her blade, preparing to defend herself as Elijah searched for an escape route. But the labyrinth seemed to twist and turn around them, trapping them in a small clearing. Stryker's forces closed in, their footsteps echoing menacingly off the towering walls of stone. "We won't go down without a fight," Elijah declared, focusing his mind on the power that lay within him. As the tension rose, he reached out to the labyrinth itself, attempting to rewind the day and buy them some time. But something went wrong. The world around them seemed to shift faster than ever before, causing their surroundings to blur and distort. Zara stumbled back as the walls of stone seemed to crumble around them, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. They had no choice but to flee, with Stryker's forces hot on their heels. As they ran deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah struggled to maintain control over his power, fearing that each attempt would drain him further. Their pursuers continued to close in, forcing them to use every trick and skill they had learned so far to stay one step ahead. They dodged through narrow passageways, evaded traps set by the labyrinth's defenders, and outmaneuvered Stryker's men with a combination of speed and cunning. As they reached another chamber, Elijah sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, something that seemed to watch them with malevolent intent. He couldn't shake the feeling that their journey had only just begun, and that the true danger lay ahead. A sense of unease permeated the air as Elijah and Zara treaded carefully through the dimly lit passageway, their hearts racing with adrenaline. They could hear Stryker's men closing in, their footsteps echoing ominously through the ever-shifting labyrinth. The walls seemed to close around them as they raced towards another chamber, hoping it would provide a safe haven from their pursuers. The moment they stepped into the small clearing, the malevolent presence that had been haunting them revealed itself, an unknown entity that appeared to be both organic and mechanical, pulsating with energy. Its eyes glowed ominously as it stared down at them, a sense of foreboding emanating from its very essence. "What have you uncovered?" the entity demanded in a voice that seemed to resonate throughout the labyrinth. Zara's grip on Elijah's arm tightened, her eyes wide with fear. "Return what you have taken, or face the consequences." Elijah took a deep breath, his mind racing as he considered their options. They couldn't outrun Stryker and his men forever, but confronting this entity was a risk they hadn't planned for. If they could convince it to let them pass, they might be able to use the artifact to escape Stryker and continue their quest. "We seek knowledge, not destruction," Elijah said, trying to project an air of confidence despite his trembling voice. "We have discovered this labyrinth's secrets and wish only to learn more." The entity regarded them for a moment before nodding slowly. "You are not the first to seek what lies within these walls," it replied. "But be warned, many have perished in their pursuit of knowledge, and many more will follow. I suggest you reconsider your course." Zara looked at Elijah, her eyes pleading with him to turn back, but he shook his head firmly, unwilling to give up so easily. "We came too far to turn back now," he said, trying to sound resolute. "And we have something you need as well." The entity's gaze turned skeptical. "What is it that I would want from scavengers like yourselves?" "A means to control time," Zara replied, pulling the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. The entity's eyes widened as she revealed it, its energy surging at the sight of the object. "If you help us pass through this labyrinth and escape Stryker's men, we will share our discovery with you." The entity considered them for a moment before nodding slowly. "Very well," it said. "But be aware, this artifact comes with a price. Use it recklessly, and the consequences will be grave for all involved." Elijah nodded solemnly, accepting the terms as they retreated into another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, their hearts filled with both relief and trepidation. They knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but they were determined to uncover the secrets of this world, no matter the cost. As they ran deeper into the maze, Stryker's forces continued to close in, their footsteps growing louder as they neared the chamber where Elijah and Zara had been cornered. The malevolent presence that had helped them now faded into the shadows, leaving the duo to face their pursuers alone. With no other options, Elijah quickly rewinded the day, hoping to buy themselves enough time to escape. But as he did so, the world around them shifted uncontrollably, revealing a hidden chamber that neither of them had seen before. With Stryker's forces closing in on their position, they had no choice but to take refuge within it and hope for the best. As the day rewound, the duo watched as Stryker's men stormed into the chamber, where they had been previously cornered. They could see themselves cowering in fear as Stryker approached them, his eyes gleaming with malice. But just as he reached out to take the artifact from Zara's grasp, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, knocking him to the ground and allowing them to escape once more. With each rewind, the world around them seemed to age faster, making their journey through the labyrinth more treacherous with each passing attempt. They knew they couldn't keep this up forever, but they were determined to continue their quest for knowledge at all costs. As they ventured deeper into the maze, they encountered a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings, pulsating with energy. Elijah approached it cautiously, sensing that it might hold some answers to their questions. Zara stood guard as he studied the ancient markings, hoping to decipher their meaning before Stryker's forces caught up with them once more. But just as Elijah began to make progress, a sudden tremor shook the labyrinth, causing the monolith to crack open, revealing an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals within. In that moment, they knew they had stumbled upon something truly remarkable, a discovery that could change their lives forever. As they continued their journey through the ever-shifting labyrinth, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles, each one testing their resolve to uncover the secrets of this world. But with each hurdle they overcame, they grew stronger, more determined to succeed in their quest. In time, they reached a precipice that overlooked another colossal structure, its towering walls looming ominously before them. As they gazed upon it, they could sense the power that lay within, a power that could either save or destroy them all. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The air grew thick with malevolent energy as Elijah and Zara ventured deeper into the ever-shifting labyrinth, their footsteps echoing hollowly through the dimly lit passageways. The walls seemed to pulse with an unseen force, sending chills down their spines. They pressed on, driven by a need to unlock the secrets of the ancient world around them. As they traveled deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah's mind buzzed with questions and theories. Was this energy natural or artificial? What did it mean for their journey? He felt a growing sense of unease, but he couldn't ignore the allure of the knowledge hidden within these walls. Zara, on the other hand, kept her eyes fixed on their surroundings, ever watchful for danger. She clutched the artifact tightly beneath her cloak, knowing that it could grant control over time if they survived long enough to use it. She knew all too well the cost of secrets in this world, and was determined to protect their newfound power from those who sought it. The labyrinth seemed to shift with each step they took, its walls twisting and turning like the fingers of some ancient being reaching out for them. They stumbled upon a small clearing where towering walls of stone surrounded them on all sides, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. In the center of the clearing stood an ornate box covered in strange symbols and carvings. Elijah approached cautiously, his heart racing as he examined the intricate details etched into the surface of the box. "This is incredible," he murmured to himself, running a gloved finger over the raised images. "It seems ancient, possibly even older than the labyrinth itself." Zara joined him, her eyes scanning the symbols. "We should be careful," she warned. "These could hold secrets that may not be meant for us." Elijah nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. "I agree. But we can't ignore the potential knowledge within. Perhaps it holds clues to navigating this labyrinth or even more about the power of time." As they opened the box, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Elijah felt his breath catch in his throat as he gazed upon them, his eyes wide with wonder. This "This is incredible," he exclaimed, carefully removing an ancient scroll. Zara watched him curiously, her senses on high alert. Something didn't feel right about this find, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. As Elijah unfurled the scroll, a strange symbol caught her eye, one that seemed eerily familiar. Before they could react, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the towering walls, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. "Return what you have taken," it hissed, its voice echoing through the clearing like a whisper carried on the wind. The power of time is not meant for mortals. Elijah and Zara exchanged panicked glances, their hearts pounding in their chests as they realized they were not alone. The figure moved swiftly towards them, its form shimmering with unseen energy. They knew they had to act fast if they wanted to survive. Zara reached into the folds of her cloak and pulled out the artifact, holding it up for the figure to see. "We have what you seek," she called out, hoping that the entity would back off. The figure stopped in its tracks, a look of recognition crossing its face as it stared at the glowing artifact. Its eyes narrowed, and a wicked grin spread across its features. "You've made a grave mistake," it hissed. "Give me that, and I may let you live." Elijah felt a surge of determination course through him. He knew they couldn't afford to give in to the entity's demands. "Never!" he shouted, stepping protectively in front of Zara. "I will never allow you to take what we have earned." The figure lunged at them, its form shifting and twisting as it closed the distance between them. Elijah and Zara braced themselves, knowing that their lives hung in the balance. They fought with all their might, determined to protect the artifact and each other. As they battled, Elijah felt his powers growing stronger, the energy from the crystals coursing through his veins. He channeled it into his attacks, striking at the entity with renewed vigor. Zara fought alongside him, her agility and resourcefulness proving to be invaluable. In the end, they emerged victorious, their bodies bruised and battered but alive. The figure lay defeated before them, its eyes dimming as it faded away into nothingness. Elijah and Zara collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as they surveyed the aftermath of their battle. "We did it," Zara whispered, a small smile playing at her lips. "We survived." Elijah nodded, his gaze fixed on the artifact he still held in his hand. "Yes, we did." He looked up, scanning the walls of the labyrinth around them. "But our journey is far from over." As Elijah and Zara stood at the precipice of another colossal structure, they could feel the vibrations of something approaching. Stryker's men had caught up with them. "We have to go," Elijah called out, urging Zara towards a path that led deeper into the labyrinth. "Faster." Zara ran alongside him, her heart pounding in her chest as they sprinted through a dense thicket. Behind them, she heard the sounds of men on their trail. She glanced back, spotting Stryker's forces closing in on their position. Elijah led them down another path that seemed to twist and turn endlessly, the labyrinthine structure growing more complex as they ventured deeper. A dimly lit passageway opened up before them, revealing a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. At its center stood a monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. Zara approached cautiously, her eyes scanning the ancient markings as Elijah followed close behind. They exchanged hesitant glances, sensing something malevolent lurking within the dimly lit interior of the chamber. "What do you think it is?" Zara whispered, her voice barely audible. Elijah's gaze fell upon a hidden chamber set into the wall, an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. He stepped towards it, his curiosity overpowering his fear as he reached out to touch one of the crystals. Suddenly, the chamber filled with an eerie light, and a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Elijah cried out, pulling Zara back just in time as the figure lunged towards them. They fought valiantly, using their wits and resources to fend off the mysterious entity. As they battled, Elijah noticed something strange about the crystals within the ornate box. They seemed to be reacting to his touch, pulsating with a newfound energy that flowed through him. He felt a surge of power coursing through his veins as he channeled it against their attacker. The entity recoiled, stunned by the sudden burst of force. Elijah and Zara seized the opportunity to flee, making their way back through the labyrinth as Stryker's forces continued their pursuit. In the distance, they spotted another colossal structure looming over the ever-shifting landscape. As they ran towards it, they caught glimpses of other parts of the labyrinth flickering in and out of existence around them, a reminder that time was not on their side. They reached the structure's heart, finding themselves in another small clearing with a monolith at its center. Elijah approached it cautiously, his eyes scanning the strange symbols etched into its surface. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if the monolith held the key to unlocking the labyrinth's secrets. "This is where we part ways," Zara said, her voice heavy with regret. "I have to return home." Elijah looked at her, torn between his thirst for knowledge and the bond they had formed during their trek through the labyrinth. He knew that she held the key to his success or failure, if he could convince her to stay by his side. Together they might unravel the secrets of time itself. But Zara was resolute. She had a hidden past that she refused to share with him, and she knew that staying would only put them both in greater danger. With one last embrace, she turned away from Elijah and began to walk towards the edge of the clearing. Elijah watched as she disappeared into the distance, his heart heavy with sorrow. He turned back to the monolith, determined to continue his journey alone. For now. As he approached it, he felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him once more, filling him with renewed determination. He reached out and touched the ancient symbols etched into the monolith's surface. A pulsating light enveloped him, pulling him deeper into the labyrinth as he prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The obsidian scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah stood atop the precipice of the colossal structure, gazing out onto an open space filled with towering walls of stone. His heart raced as he felt the weight of Stryker's forces closing in on their position. He knew that time was running out, and they needed to find a way deeper into the labyrinth before they were caught. "We should move," Zara said, urgency lacing her voice. She scanned the dense thicket below, searching for a path that would lead them deeper into the ever-shifting maze. Elijah glanced at her, his eyes flickering over the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "What's your plan?" he asked, the curiosity in his tone barely contained. "I have an idea," she said, a smirk playing on her lips. She unfastened the small pouch tucked under her tunic and pulled out a set of intricate keys. With each key, she unlocked a hidden chamber within the structure, revealing a path that seemed to twist and turn endlessly. "This place is vast," Elijah marveled as they followed Zara through the dimly lit passageway. "And it's clear we aren't the only ones who have stumbled upon its secrets." Zara nodded, her gaze focused on the path ahead. "There are others here, but we can't let that stop us," she said determinedly. "We need to find what they've found and use it to stay one step ahead of Stryker." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the walls seemed to close in around them, the air growing thicker with an oppressive energy. Elijah felt his heart pounding in his chest as he fought off the sensation that something was lurking in the shadows. He gripped the artifact tightly, feeling its power pulse through him. "Are you ready?" Zara asked, stopping at a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. In the center of the chamber stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. The air around it seemed to crackle with energy. Elijah nodded, his gaze never leaving the artifact. He took a deep breath and stepped towards the monolith, feeling the ancient stones pulse beneath his feet. As he reached out to touch the symbols, a sudden surge of power coursed through him, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, they were surrounded by an unfamiliar labyrinthine structure, its walls twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. Zara swore under her breath as she realized that Elijah had unleashed a powerful force to protect the labyrinth's secrets. "We need to find another way," Elijah said, his voice barely audible over the sound of their pounding hearts. He looked around, searching for a path that would lead them out of this new maze. But as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they realized that it was far from simple to find their way out. The walls shifted and changed, creating obstacles that seemed impossible to overcome. They stumbled upon hidden chambers filled with ancient scrolls and crystals, each one pulsing with energy. At every turn, they were confronted by shadowy figures lurking in the shadows, watching them with malevolent intent. Elijah felt his heart race as he fought back against these unseen enemies, using the power of the artifact to defend themselves. Finally, after what felt like hours, they found a precipice that led another colossal structure. They climbed up and peered out over a vast labyrinth stretching out before them. In the distance, they saw another monolith pulsing with energy, beckoning them forward. "We can't stop now," Elijah said, his determination unwavering. "We have to keep moving, find what we need, and escape this place before Stryker catches up to us." The wind howled around Elijah and Zara as they stood atop the precipice of a colossal structure, gazing down upon the ever-shifting labyrinth below them. They had come far since their initial descent into its depths, but the journey was far from over. Their eyes were drawn to a distant monolith that seemed to pulse with an unknown energy. "Zara," Elijah said, pointing toward the structure. "Do you think it's safe for us to venture closer?" She hesitated, glancing back at their previous path through the labyrinth. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely audible over the wind. "But if we want any chance of finding what we seek, we must press on." With a nod, Elijah started down the steep incline, Zara following closely behind him. They navigated their way through a dense thicket, the thorns snagging at their clothing and skin as they moved deeper into the labyrinth. As they emerged from the undergrowth, they found themselves on a path that led them deeper into the ever-shifting structure. The dimly lit interior of the passageway seemed to shimmer, as if it was shifting before their eyes. Elijah's heart raced as he felt the weight of the labyrinth pressing down upon him, threatening to swallow them whole should they stray too far off course. Zara grabbed his arm, pulling him to a halt as they approached a chamber. "There," she whispered, pointing at a hidden passageway that seemed almost invisible within the shadows. As they entered the dimly lit chamber, Elijah's eyes adjusted to the gloom, revealing an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals. He cautiously approached the box, carefully lifting the lid as if it held some terrible secret. In that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form taking on a twisted semblance of humanity. "You should not have taken this," it hissed, its voice echoing through the chamber. "Return what you have taken, or suffer the consequences." Elijah's eyes widened as Zara pulled a hidden artifact from beneath her cloak, revealing the source of their pursuer's ire. He quickly tucked it back under his robes and backed away slowly, keeping his gaze fixed on the figure. As they retreated down the passageway, Elijah could feel Stryker's forces closing in on them. The labyrinth seemed to tighten around them, trapping them within its walls as they raced toward another part of the ever-shifting structure. They emerged into a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, their breaths coming out in ragged gasps as they tried to catch up with one another. "We have to find someplace safe," Elijah panted, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Zara nodded and led him down a narrow passageway, the labyrinthine walls closing in around them like a living creature. As they moved deeper into its heart, they found themselves in a hidden chamber with an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. Elijah approached the monolith cautiously, running his fingers over the intricate patterns etched into the stone. "It seems we have stumbled upon something significant," he murmured to Zara. She stared at him intently, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and fear. "What do you think it is?" He shrugged. "I'm not certain, but I believe it could be the key to unlocking more secrets within this labyrinth." As they stood before the monolith, Elijah felt an unexpected surge of energy coursing through his veins. The air around them crackled with electricity as a strange symbol seemed to glow with an inner light. Suddenly, Stryker and his men burst into the chamber, their weapons raised menacingly. "You will not escape us," he snarled, stepping forward. Elijah grit his teeth, pulling the artifact from beneath his cloak once more as a last resort. The symbol on the monolith seemed to pulse in response, and with a surge of determination, Elijah reached out and touched it. The world around them shimmered and changed, and when it settled, they found themselves standing atop another precipice, looking down upon a vast open space filled with towering walls of stone. In the distance, they saw another colossal structure that beckoned them forward. Stryker's men were nowhere to be seen, but Elijah knew their pursuit was far from over. He glanced at Zara, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment before they turned back toward the open space and the unknown challenges that awaited them within the ever-shifting labyrinth. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah stared out into the vast open space before them, his heart pounding with anticipation and dread. Zara stood beside him, her eyes never leaving the towering walls of stone that seemed to stretch on endlessly. A sense of unease gnawed at him as he pondered the warnings from the mysterious entity they encountered earlier. "Zara," Elijah began, turning to face his companion, "these artifacts, we find, they could be dangerous." He gestured towards the ornate box concealed beneath her cloak. Zara hesitated, before pulling out the box and holding it close to her chest. She looked at him with a mix of defiance and uncertainty. "I trust you, Elijah," she said softly. "But I won't let this fall into the wrong hands." Elijah nodded, his gaze returning to the colossal structure looming in the distance. "We must be cautious," he warned. "The labyrinth is treacherous enough as it is." As they descended the precipice and began their journey towards the structure, Elijah felt a prickle of unease, a feeling that they were being watched. He scanned the dimly lit passageway ahead, his eyes straining to make out any movement in the shadows. Zara followed suit, her hand tightening around the ornate box containing ancient secrets. The path led them deeper into the labyrinth, twisting and turning as it snaked its way through a dense thicket. Elijah could feel the weight of time pressing down on him, every moment they spent in this place accelerating the decay of the world outside. He knew that he couldn't afford to linger too long if they hoped to make it out alive. As they approached an intersection, a sudden movement caught their eye. A shadowy figure darted from behind a tree, disappearing into another passageway. Elijah tensed, his hand hovering over the chronomantic device at his side. "We need to follow," he said quietly to Zara. They quickened their pace, chasing after the figure through the dimly lit interior chamber. The walls seemed to close in around them as they ran, the labyrinth's ever-shifting nature making it difficult for Elijah to keep track of their direction. They turned a corner and found themselves in a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. At the center of the chamber stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. The shadowy figure was now standing before it, their movements slow and deliberate, as they traced a series of symbols with long, slender fingers. Elijah felt his heart race as he realized what they were doing, drawing power from the monolith. He raised his voice, trying to scare off the figure without revealing the true nature of their own powers. "Leave this place," he shouted, stepping forward menacingly. The figure turned to face them, its eyes glowing with a malevolent energy. Zara pulled out her weapon, readying herself for a fight. Elijah could feel the tension in the air, the crackle of electricity in the atmosphere as they prepared for battle against this mysterious entity. As they closed the distance between them, he knew that their journey through the labyrinth would only grow more dangerous from here on out. The battle was fierce and brutal, but Elijah and Zara emerged victorious. The shadowy figure lay crumpled at their feet, defeated. They took a moment to catch their breath, staring down at the fallen entity before turning towards the monolith once more. Elijah traced his fingers over the same symbols the creature had used, feeling a sudden surge of power coursing through him. He knew that this artifact was far more powerful than anything they had found so far. But with great power comes great responsibility, and Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that their pursuit of knowledge would only bring them greater danger. As they continued on their journey through the labyrinth, Elijah could sense Stryker's forces closing in. The shadowy figure they had fought was just one piece of a much larger puzzle, and he knew that Victor Stryker would stop at nothing to possess the artifact they now held. Elijah felt a knot of fear twist in his stomach as he realized the enormity of their situation. They had come so far, uncovered so many secrets, but he couldn't shake the feeling that their greatest challenge lay ahead. As they navigated through another hidden passageway, Elijah knew that he would have to make choice, one that could determine not only their own fate, but the very fate of humanity itself. They reached the edge of another chamber, the dimly lit interior casting eerie shadows on the walls. A small clearing lay before them, with towering walls of stone on all sides. Elijah could see a narrow passageway leading deeper into the labyrinth, and he knew that they had no choice but to press on. As they stepped forward, Zara turned to him, her eyes filled with determination. "We can do this, Elijah," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Together, the duo moved cautiously through the dimly lit passageway, every step echoing ominously in the vast labyrinth. Stryker and his forces had been closing in steadily, their presence growing more menacing with each passing day. Ahead of them, a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides materialized into view. At its center stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to hum with energy. Zara's heart raced as she noticed the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals resting atop the monolith. "We have to be careful," Elijah whispered, studying the artifact closely. "This could be our key to understanding the labyrinth." Zara nodded, drawing her weapon nervously as she glanced around warily. The air seemed heavy with anticipation, and an unsettling chill ran down her spine. Their footsteps echoed as they approached the monolith, a sense of foreboding growing stronger with each step. As they reached out to touch the artifact, a sudden movement caught their attention, a shadowy figure lurking in the dim light of the chamber. "Elijah, behind you," Zara hissed, drawing her weapon and taking cover behind the ancient monolith. The figure emerged from the darkness, revealing itself to be a malevolent entity unlike any they had encountered before. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and it seemed to radiate an unnatural energy. "We must defeat it," Elijah declared, charging forward with determination. Zara followed closely behind, their weapons locked onto the enemy. The battle was fierce, the entity attacking them relentlessly, but they fought on, driven by a desire to protect the artifact at all costs. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to subdue the creature, exhausted and battered. As they caught their breath, Zara looked around the chamber, her eyes settling on the ornate box containing ancient secrets. "This could be our salvation," she whispered, reaching out tentatively for the artifact. But as her fingers brushed against the precious container, an unexpected force gripped them both, pulling them into a swirling vortex of darkness. When they emerged, they found themselves in another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, unsure of how they had been transported or where they now stood. They quickly realized that they had triggered something within the artifact, and their hearts raced as they tried to make sense of their situation. As Stryker's forces closed in on their position, they knew they had no choice but to press on, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within the artifact before it was too late. The labyrinth seemed to shift around them as they moved through another passageway, Zara clutching the pulsating ornate box tightly against her chest. She could feel the power coursing through her veins, and she knew that whatever lay ahead would be a challenge unlike any they had faced before. Elijah's eyes narrowed as he studied the artifact, his mind racing with theories about its true purpose and potential. "We must use this to our advantage," he said, determination etched across his face. The Obsidian Scholar's Chronomantic Labyrinth. As Elijah and Zara made their way deeper into the labyrinth, the passageway opened onto a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. The air was thick with an ominous energy that prickled at their skin. They exchanged glances, both knowing something was amiss. "I can sense something here," Elijah murmured, his eyes scanning the walls covered in strange symbols and carvings. "This place feels alive." Zara nodded, her grip tightening around the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "It's been with us this whole time, hasn't it?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought it was just the labyrinth, but now I think it's more than that." A sudden rumble echoed through the chamber, causing both of them to jump. The walls seemed to shift subtly, as if reacting to their presence. The artifact in Zara's hand pulsated faster, its energy surging with each heartbeat. "We shouldn't have come," Elijah uttered, his brow furrowed in concern. "We should leave this place and find another path." But before they could make a move, a hidden passageway opened nearby, revealing a dimly lit interior chamber. The sound of footsteps echoed from within, growing louder as figures emerged into the clearing. Stryker stood at the front, his eyes locked onto them with cold determination. Flanked by several armed men, he raised his hand, and the group advanced towards them. Elijah and Zara exchanged another glance, knowing they had no choice but to stand their ground. As the two groups faced off, the air crackled with tension. The artifact in Zara's hand trembled violently, its energy growing stronger as she clutched it tightly. "Hand over the artifact," Stryker commanded, his voice echoing through the chamber. "It belongs to us." Elijah scoffed, his eyes flashing with defiance. "You'll have to take it from me first," he retorted, reaching for the artifact hidden beneath his robe. The battle began in earnest, Elijah and Zara fighting tooth and nail against Stryker's forces. The air around them crackled with energy as they fought, the artifact's power surging through their veins. Each strike was met with a counterattack, neither side giving an inch. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the thicket behind Stryker. It moved with grace and agility, darting between the combatants as if it had no physical form. The figure seemed to be directing Stryker's men, manipulating their movements to keep Elijah and Zara off balance. Elijah gritted his teeth, focusing on the shadowy figure as he dodged a blow from one of Stryker's men. He could sense its power, its control over the labyrinth's ever-shifting landscape. It was unlike anything they had encountered before. "We need to find a way out," Zara shouted over the din of battle. "We can't defeat this thing head-on." Elijah nodded, his gaze never leaving the figure. He knew she was right. They needed a distraction, a chance to escape. As if in answer to their thoughts, the artifact in Zara's hand exploded with energy, its light blinding everyone in the chamber. When the light faded, Elijah and Zara were gone, leaving Stryker and his men stunned and disoriented. The figure turned towards them, a malevolent grin spreading across its face as it disappeared back into the thicket. As they ran deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara knew that they had made an enemy far more powerful than any they had faced before. But they also knew that they had something Stryker desired, the artifact that could control time itself. With it in their possession, they just might have a chance to turn the tide against the enigmatic leader and his organization. The air grew heavy as the duo ventured further into the labyrinth, the dim light flickering off the towering walls of stone and casting eerie shadows on their faces. The ever-shifting structure loomed over them, its mysteries unfolding like a riddle waiting to be solved. A small clearing came into view, with an ancient monolith standing at its center. Strange symbols and carvings covered the monolith's surface, pulsing with energy that seemed to call out to them. Zara hesitated, her instincts telling her to stay away from it. Elijah, however, moved towards the artifact as if drawn by its power. "Elijah, wait!" Zara called out, but he didn't respond. Instead, he reached for the monolith, and a sudden burst of energy erupted around them. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the labyrinth began to change before their eyes. New paths appeared, old ones disappeared, and the walls seemed to twist and turn in on themselves. The duo stumbled, trying to keep their footing as they were pulled into a dimly lit passageway that led them deeper into the ever-shifting labyrinth. Zara glanced over her shoulder, sensing the presence of Stryker's men closing in on their position. She clutched the artifact hidden beneath her cloak, knowing it was their only hope to escape. The labyrinth seemed to grow darker and more treacherous with each passing moment. They navigated through a dense thicket, careful not to lose their bearings as new obstacles appeared out of thin air. Ahead, they spotted another part of the labyrinth, its towering walls of stone looming ominously in the distance. As they approached the opening, Zara felt a sense of unease wash over her. She knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Elijah, however, seemed unfazed, his eyes glinting with determination as he led them into the unknown. The moment they entered the new labyrinthine structure, a strange energy enveloped them. The air grew colder, and Zara could feel a malevolent entity lurking in the shadows. She reached for Elijah, her heart pounding in her chest as she tried to warn him about the danger. But it was too late. As they stepped into the chamber, the shadowy figure revealed itself. Stryker and his men. They surrounded them, weapons at the ready, their eyes filled with a hunger for the artifact that Elijah clutched tightly in his hand. Zara knew they had to act fast if they wanted to survive. She looked around frantically, searching for an escape route, but there were none. The walls seemed to close in on them, trapping them within Stryker's grasp. She closed her eyes and focused all of her energy on the artifact, using it to blind everyone around them. A blinding light burst from the artifact, momentarily disorienting Stryker and his men as they stumbled, dropping their weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Zara grabbed Elijah's arm and pulled him towards a hidden passageway she had spotted earlier. They ran, their hearts pounding with adrenaline as they navigated through the twisting corridors of the ever-shifting labyrinth. Stryker and his men pursued them relentlessly, their footsteps echoing throughout the structure as they closed in on the duo's position. Zara could feel the malevolent energy growing stronger with each passing moment, the entity seeming to gain strength from Stryker's pursuit. She knew they had to find a way out before it was too late. As they rounded a corner, they found themselves in a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, their path blocked by an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. Desperation clouded her judgment, and Zara knew what she had to do. She took a deep breath and focused all of her energy into the artifact once more, using it to create a burst of light that obliterated the monolith before their eyes. The walls seemed to crumble around them, creating a path forward. They ran, their pursuers hot on their heels. As they emerged from the labyrinth and found themselves standing atop a colossal structure, Zara knew they had made it out alive, for now. But she also knew that Stryker would not rest until he claimed the artifact for himself, and they had no choice but to keep moving if they wanted to stay one step ahead of him. The chase continued, their journey through the ever-shifting labyrinth becoming increasingly treacherous as they faced new challenges at every turn. But Zara knew that if they'd hold on to the artifact just a little longer, they might be able to find a way to defeat Stryker and his organization once and for all. As the sun began to set, they found themselves standing at the precipice of another colossal structure. The sky above was ablaze with red and orange hues, casting an ominous glow over the landscape. Zara looked out over the vast labyrinth that stretched before them, feeling a sense of hope mixed with dread as she realized just how far they had come and how much further they still had to go. But she knew that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together, and as long as they had the artifact, they still held a glimmer of hope for a better future. With determination in her heart and Elijah by her side, Zara steeled herself for whatever challenges awaited them in the labyrinth's heart, and so they ventured forth once more, knowing that their journey was far from over. The world around them shifted and changed with each step they took, but they pressed on, driven by a desire to unravel the secrets of time and protect the artifact from those who sought to control it. As darkness fell upon the land, Zara looked up at the twinkling stars above, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that whatever happened, she would face it with courage and determination. And together, she and Elijah would continue their journey through the ever-shifting labyrinth, seeking the truth and fighting for a brighter future. But she also knew that they couldn't do it alone. They needed allies, people who shared their vision of a better world, and were willing to stand alongside them in the face of adversity. And as they stood atop the precipice, looking out over the vast labyrinth that stretched before them, Zara couldn't help but wonder if there would come a time when others would join them on their quest, a time when they could finally bring hope to a broken world. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. As Elijah and Zara stood at the precipice of the colossal structure, they felt the malevolent energy that lurked within the labyrinth grow stronger. They glanced back to see Stryker and his men closing in, their pursuit relentless. We can't keep running forever, Elijah grumbled as he looked out onto the open space before them. There has to be a way to fight this thing. Zara's eyes flickered with determination as she pulled the artifact from beneath her cloak. I think I might have found it. The structure they stood on suddenly trembled, and a narrow passageway appeared below them. As Elijah and Zara jumped to safety, Stryker let out a furious roar. "We won't get far," he bellowed as his men closed in behind them. They raced through the labyrinth, their pursuers hot on their heels. Zara used the artifact to create diversions, causing obstacles to crumble or move out of their way. But with every step deeper into the maze, the entity seemed to grow stronger. In one particularly dark and dimly lit chamber, a shadowy figure emerged from the thicket. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered before, an amalgamation of twisted metal and pulsating energy. "Fight!" Elijah ordered as he charged towards the creature. The entity responded by unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that knocked them both back. Zara seized the moment to attack, striking at the entity with all her might. It was slow to react, but its strength seemed almost supernatural. The artifact pulsed in her hand, and she felt its power coursing through her veins as she fought on. Elijah rallied, his mind racing for a solution. He knew he couldn't beat the entity head-on, but perhaps there was another way. As they continued to battle, Zara's eyes caught sight of an ornate box tucked away in the chamber's center. The artifact seemed to react to its presence, and she could sense that it held ancient secrets. With a sudden burst of energy, Zara threw her weapon at the entity, distracting it long enough for Elijah to reach the box. As he opened it, the artifact in his hand glowed brighter than ever before. The entity roared in fury as the labyrinth around them seemed to shift and warp. I think we need to go," Zara panted as she struggled to catch her breath. "We'll figure out what this does later." Together, they raced through the shifting walls of stone, their pursuers gaining ground. The labyrinthine structure seemed to stretch on endlessly, but the power of the artifact began to manifest in unexpected ways. Walls collapsing, obstacles vanishing, and passages opening up before them. As they reached a small clearing, Elijah glanced back at their pursuers, who were now mere specks in the distance. "We made it," he said with a wry smile. Zara nodded, still winded from their ordeal. "But we can't rest yet." "Agreed," Elijah replied, his gaze focused on the horizon. "We still have much to learn about this artifact and its power, and Stryker will stop at nothing until he gets it." The air was thick with tension as Elijah and Zara ran through the twisting corridors of the labyrinth. The pulsating energy from the ornate box in Elijah's hands seemed to fuel their escape, but it also made them wary. They had no idea what other effects this artifact could have. Behind them, Stryker's men were closing in fast. Elijah could hear the distant thud of boots echoing through the maze. He clutched the box tighter, his heart racing as he tried to focus on the ancient symbols etched into its surface. Suddenly, one symbol glowed brightly, and a wave of energy coursed through the labyrinth, knocking Stryker's men off their feet. Zara, using her agility and quick reflexes, led them deeper into the maze. Elijah followed closely behind, his mind racing as he attempted to decipher the secrets hidden within the box. As they ran, he could feel the power coursing through him, warping the very fabric of reality around them. Walls collapsed in their wake, obstacles vanished, and new passages opened up before them. "Zara," Elijah called out, gasping for breath. "We must be careful. The power of this artifact is immense." She nodded, her eyes wide with fear but determination shining through. "I know, Elijah. But we can't let Stryker get his hands on it." As they raced down a narrow passageway, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Elijah glanced back over his shoulder and saw the labyrinth shifting around them. The walls twisted and turned, creating new obstacles that threatened to trap them. He quickly activated another symbol on the box, and a blast of energy erupted from it, obliterating the barriers in their path. Their pursuers were gaining ground. Stryker's men were getting closer. Elijah could hear their heavy breaths echoing through the maze, their footsteps growing louder by the second. He knew they had to find a way out, fast. As they entered a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, Elijah saw something strange in the distance. Another colossal structure, pulsating with energy like the artifact in his hands. He felt a sudden surge of hope. Could it be another part of the labyrinth? A way out? Zara, seeing his expression, nodded urgently. "We have to try," she cried, and together they sprinted towards the structure. As they approached, they saw that it was indeed another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth. But this one seemed different, darker, more foreboding. Elijah could feel a malevolent energy emanating from the structure, a presence lurking in the shadows. He clutched the box tighter, his heart pounding as they entered its dimly lit interior chamber. The walls seemed to close in around them, and Elijah felt a cold shiver run down his spine. As they navigated the chamber, they encountered strange symbols etched into the stone walls. One symbol caught Elijah's eye. It was the same symbol that had been glowing on the box. He activated it again, and a blinding flash of light erupted from the box, illuminating the chamber for a brief moment. In the light, they saw something terrifying, a shadowy figure standing in the center of the room, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Elijah could feel the malevolent energy radiating from it. They had disturbed something powerful and dangerous. "We have to fight," Zara whispered urgently, pulling out her weapon. "Whatever this is, we can't let it catch us off guard." Elijah nodded, activating the box once more as they charged towards the figure. The energy from the artifact coursed through them, and Elijah felt a surge of power flow into his sword. He swung it wildly at the shadowy figure, feeling the force of his attack resonate throughout the chamber. Zara fought alongside him, her weapon flashing in the dim light, as she took down obstacles blocking their path. The figure retaliated, its attack swift and deadly. Elijah could feel the malevolent energy coursing through it, a force unlike anything they had ever encountered before. As they battled, the chamber around them began to shake violently. Walls collapsed, obstacles crumbled to dust, and the ceiling threatened to fall upon them at any moment. Elijah could hear Stryker's men closing in on their position, their footsteps echoing through the maze. He knew they had to end this quickly. If they didn't, they would be caught between two enemy forces. Gritting his teeth, Elijah focused all of his energy into a final attack. The artifact hummed in his hands as he swung it with every ounce of strength he had left. The shadowy figure let out a terrifying scream as the artifact connected, and it was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, the chamber was silent save for their heavy breathing. The figure lay motionless on the ground, defeated. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The air was thick with tension as Elijah and Zara fled deeper into the labyrinth, the shadows closing in around them. Stryker's men were gaining ground, their footsteps echoing ominously behind them. As they reached a dimly lit chamber, a hidden passageway seemed to reveal itself, offering a possible escape route. "Quick, Elijah," Zara whispered urgently as she took the scholar's hand and led him into the narrow corridor. The walls closed in around them like a vice, but they pressed onward, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. "We must reach the heart of this labyrinth if we are to find answers," Elijah panted between gasps for breath. "But I fear the darkness may consume us before we get there." Zara gritted her teeth, determination etched across her face. She knew they couldn't afford to lose hope now. Their lives and the fate of humanity hung in the balance. A flickering light up ahead caught their eyes, illuminating a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. "This must be it," Zara murmured, her gaze fixed on the center of the chamber where an ancient monolith stood. The symbol-covered structure pulsed with energy, emitting an eerie glow that danced across their faces. Elijah approached cautiously, his eyes never leaving the artifact as he reached out to touch it. A sudden jolt surged through him, and the walls around them seemed to shift and change. As the chamber transformed, Elijah realized they had stumbled upon a hidden passageway leading deeper into the labyrinth. With renewed urgency, the duo raced down the winding path, their pursuers closing in. They encountered another intersection, where an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings stood sentinel. Elijah paused, studying the markings before him as Zara kept watch for any sign of Stryker's men. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stepped out from behind the monolith, blocking their path. Elijah gasped as he recognized the man. It was Victor Stryker himself. The enigmatic leader of the organization that sought control over time stood before them, a cold smile playing across his lips. "You should have known this day would come," Stryker said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I've been tracking you for weeks, and now I finally have my prize." Zara reached beneath her cloak, pulling out the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Stryker's eyes widened, and his smile faded as he lunged forward, snatching the artifact from her grasp. "You have no idea what you possess," Elijah warned, his voice steady despite the danger they faced. "The power of this artifact is beyond anything your organization could imagine." Stryker laughed coldly. "I've seen the power it holds, and I will not let it slip through my fingers again." He gestured to his men, who emerged from the shadows, weapons at the ready. Elijah and Zara knew they had little chance against Stryker's forces. But as the battle raged around them, a malevolent entity unlike any they had encountered before made its presence known. The air grew cold, and a darkness seemed to seep into every corner of the chamber. In that moment, Elijah realized the artifact he held was not just a tool for controlling time, but also a conduit for unimaginable power, power that could either save or destroy humanity. He closed his eyes, focusing on the energy coursing through him as he summoned every ounce of courage and determination he possessed. With one final push, he unleashed a burst of energy from the artifact, striking Stryker and his men with such force that they were sent flying backward. The chamber shook violently, walls crumbling around them as the entity retreated into the shadows. As Elijah and Zara made their way through the dimly lit passageway, their hearts pounded with adrenaline. Stryker's men were closing in on them, but they had no choice but to press on. The air grew thick with tension as they approached another small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. "We can't afford to be caught," Elijah said urgently, glancing over his shoulder. Zara nodded, gripping the artifact tightly under her cloak. "I won't let them take it." They found themselves at a precipice overlooking another colossal structure that seemed to pulse with energy. A faint hum echoed through the air as they cautiously stepped onto a narrow passageway leading into the heart of an ever-shifting labyrinth. The walls shimmered and twisted around them, shifting unpredictably. Elijah clung to Zara's arm, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. They moved carefully, alert for any sign of danger. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, a strange sensation washed over them. It was as if time itself seemed to slow down around them, creating an eerie stillness that made their hearts race even faster. In the distance, they could see a dimly lit interior chamber filled with towering walls of stone. The air felt thick with ancient secrets and power as they approached the entrance. Zara hesitated, glancing back at Elijah. "We need to be careful," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Elijah nodded, his eyes never leaving the chamber ahead. They stepped inside and found themselves in a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. In the center of the chamber stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As Elijah approached the monolith, he could feel a surge of energy coursing through his body. He reached out tentatively and touched one of the symbols etched into its surface. The chamber shook violently as the walls seemed to pulse with energy. A hidden passageway opened up before them, revealing another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth. Elijah turned to Zara, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "This is it," he said urgently. "We're one step closer." They moved deeper into the passageway, following it as it twisted and turned endlessly. As they ventured further, the labyrinth seemed to grow more treacherous, filled with traps and obstacles designed to keep them from reaching their goal. They found themselves in a dimly lit chamber, where an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy lay waiting for them. Elijah's heart raced as he approached the artifact, his mind racing with possibilities. "This is what we've been searching for," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Zara nodded, her eyes never leaving the box. "We have to get out of here." As they turned to leave, they were suddenly confronted by a shadowy figure standing in their path. Elijah could feel a malevolent energy emanating from it, unlike anything they had ever encountered before. "You should have never come here," the figure hissed, its voice echoing through the chamber. "You will not leave with that artifact." Elijah raised the box protectively in front of him, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for battle. Zara stood beside him, her own determination evident in her stance. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The air grew colder as Elijah and Zara approached the precipice of another colossal structure, a towering monument that seemed to pulse with energy. Its surface was covered in strange symbols and carvings, some familiar and others entirely alien. "This is unlike anything we've encountered before," Elijah mused, his voice echoing off the towering walls of stone. "I sense an immense power within this structure." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the symbols etched into the monolith. "We should be careful. It could contain secrets we may not be prepared to uncover." They ventured forward, the air growing thicker with a malevolent energy as they entered the dimly lit passageway. The walls seemed to close in around them, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made their hearts race. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound behind them, and turned to find a shadowy figure emerging from the thicket. Elijah raised his staff defensively as the figure moved closer, its features obscured by the darkness. "What do you want?" Elijah demanded, his voice steady despite the fear that coursed through him. "Leave us be." The figure hesitated for a moment before speaking in a chilling whisper. "You have taken something that does not belong to you. Return it, or face the consequences." Elijah's grip tightened on his staff as he stared into the shadows. "I will never let go of my findings. Now step aside and leave us be." The figure recoiled at Elijah's defiance and disappeared back into the thicket, leaving them alone once more. Stryker's men were closing in on their position, and they needed to find a way out before it was too late. They pressed deeper into the labyrinth, seeking refuge from the encroaching danger. The walls seemed to twist and turn endlessly, until they found themselves in a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. In the center of the chamber lay an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. "What is this place?" Zara asked, her eyes wide as she examined the artifact at its base. "It seems to pulse with energy." Elijah approached cautiously, his senses on high alert. "I believe it may contain ancient knowledge that could help us escape Stryker's grasp." He reached out and touched the monolith, and suddenly the chamber seemed to ripple around them. The walls shifted, and they found themselves in a hidden passageway leading deeper into the labyrinth. They moved swiftly, their hearts pounding as they evaded Stryker's men. But the shadows of the labyrinth held more than just danger. As they ventured further, they encountered a malevolent entity unlike any they had ever faced before. The entity attacked without warning, its form shifting and twisting with each attack. Elijah fought valiantly, using all his knowledge and skill to defend against the unrelenting assault. Zara managed to escape into another part of the labyrinth, her heart racing as she hid from the creature's wrath. Elijah continued to fight, determined to protect the artifact that granted control over time. The battle raged on for what felt like hours, until finally Elijah managed to subdue the entity and claim victory. Exhausted but alive, they made their way back to Zara and continued their journey through the ever-shifting labyrinth. They knew that Stryker would not give up his pursuit easily, and they had to find a way to outmaneuver him if they hoped to survive. The stakes were higher than ever before, and every day they rewound brought new challenges and dangers. But Elijah was determined to unravel the secrets of time, no matter the cost. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they stumbled upon another chamber with a dimly lit passageway leading out. They hesitated for a moment, knowing that Stryker's men could be waiting just around the corner, but they had no choice. They took a deep breath and stepped forward, leaving the safety of the chamber behind them. As they moved through the passageway, they found themselves in an open space filled with towering walls of stone. In the distance, they saw another colossal structure that pulsed with energy. It was their only hope for escape, but to reach it, they would have to navigate the ever-shifting labyrinth once more. Their breaths ragged, Elijah and Zara rushed along the path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. Behind them, Stryker's men were closing in fast. Elijah could sense the malevolent energy of the entity that had attacked them earlier lurking in the shadows. "Elijah," Zara called out, her voice trembling with fear. "We can't keep running like this. We need to find a way to escape Stryker and that thing." Elijah nodded, scanning their surroundings for any signs of hope. As they approached another dimly lit chamber, he paused, sensing the presence of an artifact hidden within. With Zara's help, they navigated through the dense thicket and into the chamber. In the center of the room stood a massive monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As Elijah stepped closer, his heart raced with anticipation. The air around them seemed to crackle with energy as he reached out to touch the ancient stone. An explosion of knowledge flooded his mind, causing him to stumble backward. He gasped for breath as visions of the labyrinth's history swirled through his thoughts. Among the memories, he found something that could aid them in escaping Stryker and the entity, a hidden passageway leading out of the labyrinth. But time was running out. Stryker and his men were almost upon them. Elijah turned to Zara, his eyes filled with determination. "We have to move now," he yelled over the pounding of their hearts. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth, the dimly lit interior chamber, seemed to pulse with energy, the ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. Elijah, clutching the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals, looked over at Zara, who had a determined glint in her eye as she gripped an artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "We need to hurry," he whispered urgently. "The entity is growing stronger with every step." Zara nodded, and they began running down the small clearing towards another passageway, the sound of Stryker's men and the malevolent entity echoing through the colossal structure. As they ran, Elijah could feel the weight of time pressing down on him, the world around them aging faster with each rewind day. "We can't outrun it forever," Zara gasped as they reached another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth. "We need to find a way to defeat the entity or escape Stryker." Elijah nodded, clutching the box tightly in his hands. He knew that time was running out, and with each passing moment, their chances of survival dwindled. They had come too far to give up now. They entered another chamber, this one darker and more foreboding than the others. The air seemed heavy with malevolent energy, the walls pulsing ominously. Ahead, a precipice loomed, revealing another colossal structure in the distance. As they approached the edge, Elijah noticed something peculiar about the structure. It was unlike any other they had encountered before. Its towering walls of stone seemed to shimmer and shift with each gust of wind, as if alive. "What is that?" Zara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah's heart raced as he looked at the structure in awe. "I don't know," he replied honestly, "but I think we need to find out." They ventured closer, their footsteps echoing through the vast open space as they approached the monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As Elijah touched the ancient stone, a sudden rush of images filled his mind, visions of the labyrinth's history, its creation, and the power it held. "This is incredible," Elijah breathed, awestruck by the knowledge flooding into his brain. "We may have found our answer." Zara looked at him skeptically. "What do you mean?" Elijah paused, considering the implications of what he had learned. He knew that time was running out, and they needed a solution fast. "The labyrinth wasn't just created to be a test," he said slowly. "It was built as a weapon." Zara looked at him in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. "A weapon? Against what?" Elijah hesitated for a moment before answering. "Against an enemy that threatened the very fabric of reality itself." He could see the fear growing in Zara's eyes as she took in the gravity of his words. They needed to find a way to harness this weapon and defeat their enemies, or their time together would be cut tragically short. As they turned to leave the chamber, they were met with an unexpected sight. Stryker and his men standing at the precipice, watching them intently. Zara's heart raced as she took in the ominous figures below, weapons drawn. "We've been tracking you for days," Stryker called out, his voice cold and calculating. "I never thought I'd find you here." Elijah tensed, feeling a wave of dread wash over him as he realized the gravity of their situation. They were trapped, with no escape in sight. As they prepared to face their enemies, Elijah knew that their survival depended on his knowledge and Zara's resourcefulness. The battle against Stryker and his men was fierce, their weapons clashing against each other as they fought for control of the ancient monolith. Elijah could feel the entity growing stronger with each passing moment, its malevolent energy swirling around them like a storm. As the battle raged on, Zara slipped away from their pursuers and made her way towards the monolith. She knew that they needed to harness this weapon if they were going to have any hope of survival. As she approached the ancient stone, she felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her body. She reached out, touching the monolith with trembling hands. A rush of images filled her mind, visions of the labyrinth's creation and its purpose. With newfound determination, she turned to face Stryker and his men, a look of defiance in her eyes. "You won't take what we've discovered," she shouted, brandishing the artifact beneath her cloak. "We'll fight you every step of the way." The battle continued, with Elijah and Zara using their newfound knowledge to outmaneuver Stryker's men. As they fought, they could feel the entity growing weaker, its power draining away as they harnessed the weapon within the monolith. Finally, with a fierce cry of triumph, Elijah and Zara managed to defeat their pursuers, sending Stryker and his men retreating back into the labyrinth. As they caught their breath, they looked at each other in exhaustion and relief. "We did it," Elijah said softly, awe filling his voice as he realized the magnitude of what they had accomplished. "We've saved ourselves from Stryker and his organization." Zara nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "But our journey is far from over," she warned him. "There are still dangers lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike." Elijah nodded grimly, knowing that they would need to remain vigilant if they were going to survive in this ever-shifting labyrinth. But for now, they had a moment of respite, a brief moment of peace before the next challenge awaited them. As they turned to leave the chamber, Elijah looked back at the ancient monolith one last time. He knew that they had only scratched the surface of its secrets, but he was grateful for the knowledge it had granted them. With a newfound sense of purpose, they stepped out into the labyrinth once more, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Elijah and Zara sprinted down another passageway, panting heavily as they heard footsteps growing louder behind them. The air was thick with tension, and every breath felt like a struggle. The walls closed in around them, casting eerie shadows that danced across the stone floor. As they entered a small clearing, Zara spotted towering walls of stone on all sides. In the center of the chamber lay an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. A shiver ran down her spine as she approached it. Elijah, his eyes wide with anticipation, reached out to touch the surface. "Be careful," Zara warned him, but it was too late. As soon as Elijah's fingers made contact with the cold stone, a vision flashed before his eyes, a series of images showing them the path they needed to take. He saw a hidden passageway that would lead them away from Stryker and his men. "Come on," he urged Zara, grabbing her hand and pulling her towards the passageway. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them, heart pounding with fear and adrenaline. Behind them, they heard the sound of footsteps growing louder and more determined. The passageway twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the labyrinth. Zara's breath grew shallow as they approached a dimly lit chamber. She could see faint light flickering in the distance, but something darker and more foreboding lay ahead. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. "Stop!" the figure hissed, its voice echoing through the passageway. "Return what you have taken, or face the consequences." Elijah's grip tightened around Zara's hand as they continued to run, their hearts pounding in sync. As they entered another small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, they saw a precipice overlooking another colossal structure. A dimly lit interior chamber could be seen in the distance. Elijah and Zara took a moment to catch their breath before making their way towards it. They knew that every step brought them closer to safety, but also further from the world they had once known. The labyrinth continued to test their resolve as they made their way through its twisting passageways and dimly lit chambers. They encountered another hidden chamber that contained a large, ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Zara, sensing its power, knew it would be the key to escaping Stryker's grasp. With every challenge they faced, Elijah and Zara grew stronger. They learned to adapt to the labyrinth's ever-shifting obstacles, using their wits and determination to overcome them. But as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they began to realize that the true danger lay not in the maze itself, but in those who sought to control it. As they made their way towards the heart of the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara knew that they would face their greatest challenge, yet a final confrontation with Victor Stryker and his forces. They knew that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders, but they also knew that they had come too far to turn back now. With every step they took deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara felt a growing sense of determination. They would not let Stryker take what was rightfully theirs. They would use every ounce of their knowledge and skill to outsmart him and save humanity from his grasp. Their journey through the labyrinth had been fraught with danger, but they were not afraid, for they knew that if they could survive this, they could conquer anything. And as they faced down Stryker and his forces, Elijah and Zara stood tall, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The final confrontation was intense and brutal, filled with twists and turns that kept them on their toes. But in the end, they emerged victorious, the artifact in hand and Stryker's forces defeated. As they looked out over the ever-shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara knew that their journey was far from over. They had conquered one obstacle, but many more lay ahead. But for now, they allowed themselves a moment of respite. They leaned against each other, breathless and exhausted, knowing that they had survived the unsurvivable. Together, they had faced down danger and come out on top. And as they looked into each other's eyes, they knew that their bond would never be broken. For now, the labyrinth lay before them, filled with secrets waiting to be discovered. Elijah and Zara knew that they would continue to explore its depths, using every ounce of their knowledge and skill to uncover its mysteries. And as they ventured deeper into the unknown, they knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The world may have been broken, but they would not let it break them. Together, Elijah and Zara would conquer the labyrinth, and in doing so, reclaim their place in a shattered world. And as they looked out over the ever-shifting maze, they knew that they had only just begun their journey. The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth, the precipice of the colossal structure loomed before them, a daunting sight as Elijah and Zara stood side by side, gasping for breath. Stryker's forces closed in from behind, their footsteps echoing through the labyrinth, growing louder with each second. Zara turned to face Elijah, her eyes wide with fear, but determination burning brightly within them. "We need to move," she whispered urgently. Elijah nodded, glancing back at the dimly lit interior chamber they had just left, where they'd discovered an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. The ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy still clutched tightly in Zara's hand. A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them, followed by a flash of light from behind. They knew Stryker and his men were gaining on them. "We can't outrun them," Elijah said grimly, looking around for an escape route. "But we can find our path through the labyrinth." With that, he stepped off the precipice into thin air, trusting in his ability to rewind days and navigate the ever-shifting obstacles ahead. Zara followed suit, her heart pounding wildly as they plummeted towards the dense thicket below. Landing softly among the trees, Elijah quickly activated his power, sending them hurtling back through time to a moment before Stryker's forces had discovered their escape. He glanced around, searching for any sign of their pursuers. "We have to move fast," he urged Zara, grabbing her hand and leading them deeper into the labyrinth. They navigated the twists and turns of the path, weaving through dense thickets and open spaces filled with towering walls of stone. As they ran, Elijah could feel the world around him aging faster with each attempt to rewind time. He gritted his teeth, knowing that this was a race against both Stryker's forces and the relentless passage of time itself. A sudden noise caught their attention, a low growl echoing through the labyrinth. They froze, listening intently. The growl grew louder, closer, and suddenly a darker and more foreboding chamber appeared before them. Inside, an ancient monolith pulsed with energy, its strange symbols and carvings glowing ominously in the dim light. A malevolent entity seemed to emanate from it, growing stronger with every step they took towards the artifact hidden beneath Zara's cloak. Elijah could feel the power of the entity coursing through him, threatening to overwhelm him completely. He quickly activated his power again, sending them back to another part of the labyrinth where they'd encountered a shadowy figure. This time, they moved faster, more aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. They found themselves in another chamber, this one filled with towering walls of stone on all sides. A small clearing lay at its center, and there, waiting for them, was Stryker and his men. "You can't hide from us forever," Stryker sneered, brandishing a weapon as he approached them. His men surrounded Elijah and Zara, trapping them in a deadly circle of steel. But the duo refused to give up easily. With a quick glance at one another, they activated their powers simultaneously, sending themselves hurtling back through time once more. This time, they found themselves on a different path that seemed to twist and turn endlessly. The shadowy figure appeared again, this time more menacing than before. It seemed to be growing stronger with each passing moment, its malevolent energy pulsing through the labyrinth like a living force. Elijah knew they couldn't outrun Stryker and his forces forever. They needed to find a way to defeat the entity that haunted them if they hoped to survive. And so, with determination burning in their eyes, they pressed on, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to uncover the secrets of the Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Elijah and Zara faced a series of increasingly difficult challenges, battling against Stryker's forces, encountering strange entities, and navigating through treacherous terrain. But with each obstacle they overcame, they grew stronger, their bond deepening as they fought together for survival. Finally, they reached the heart of the labyrinth, where an ancient monolith stood waiting for them. Its symbols glowed brightly, beckoning them closer. Elijah hesitated, sensing a great power emanating from the artifact hidden within its depths. Zara, feeling his trepidation, stepped forward and placed the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals on top the monolith. The stones seemed to hum in response, pulsing with energy as the artifact unlocked itself. With a gasp, Elijah reached out and took hold of the chronomantic device, feeling its power surge through him like nothing he'd ever experienced before. He knew this was their chance, the key to controlling time and saving humanity from Stryker's grasp. But as they turned to leave, a sudden blast of energy erupted from behind them, sending them flying across the small clearing. Stryker and his forces had found them at last. In a final showdown, Elijah and Zara faced off against Stryker and his men, their powers clashing violently as they fought for control over the artifact that held the secret to time itself. It was a battle like none other they'd ever encountered, one that would determine the fate of humanity and the labyrinth alike. As the dust settled, Elijah stood victorious, the chronomantic device clutched tightly in his hand. Stryker lay defeated at their feet, his dreams of controlling time shattered forever. With Zara by his side, Elijah knew they had won a great victory, but they also knew that their journey was far from over. The duo moved cautiously through the dense thicket, the air growing heavy with tension. Elijah kept his gaze fixed on the path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. Zara's eyes darted nervously between their surroundings and her artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "We must keep moving," Elijah whispered urgently. "Stryker's forces are closing in." Zara nodded, swallowing hard as she adjusted the weight of the artifact against her back. As they moved, a low growl echoed through the labyrinth, sending a shiver down both their spines. A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them, causing Elijah to stumble. He stumbled again, this time catching himself just before falling. What was that? He demanded, glancing around uneasily. Zara's grip tightened on her artifact as she scanned their surroundings for signs of danger. I don't know, she replied, but I think we should find cover. They moved quickly, darting through a narrow passageway that led them into a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. As they entered the clearing, Zara noticed an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. What is this place? Elijah asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Zara approached the monolith cautiously, tracing her fingers over the symbols etched into its surface. I don't know, she admitted, but I think it might hold answers. Elijah nodded, moving to join her. As they studied the ancient monolith, a sudden flash of light enveloped them, and they were thrust into darkness. When their eyes adjusted, they found themselves in another chamber, dimly lit but far more ominous than the one they had left behind. Zara's grip tightened on her artifact as she took in their new surroundings, a darker and more foreboding chamber, with an ancient monolith at its center. What was that? Elijah demanded, his voice shaking slightly. I don't know, Zara replied, her eyes are ever leaving the monolith. But I think we need to find out. As they approached the monolith, a shadowy figure appeared again, seeming to materialize from the darkness. It moved swiftly toward them, its form seemingly liquid and impossible to pin down. What is that? Elijah cried out, his eyes wide with fear. It's unlike anything we've ever encountered before. Zara drew her weapon, ready to defend themselves against the malevolent entity. As they backed away from the figure, it grew stronger with every step, its malevolence radiating off of it in waves. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the labyrinth, followed by the sound of footsteps. Stryker and his forces were closing in on their position. Zara and Elijah exchanged a glance, knowing they had to act quickly if they wanted to survive. As the shadowy figure lunged at them, Elijah shoved Zara behind him, ready to face the entity head-on. With a surge of adrenaline, he activated his own artifact, rewinding time and buying them precious moments. The shadowy figure froze mid-attack, giving Elijah the opportunity to react. He swung his weapon at the entity with all the force he could muster, sending it flying back into the darkness from which it had come. As the figure retreated, Stryker's forces entered the chamber, weapons raised and ready for battle. There you are, Stryker shouted, his eyes fixed on Elijah and Zara. I've been searching for you both. Elijah stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he faced down Stryker and his men. We won't let you take what we have found, he declared, activating his artifact once more. Time seemed to slow around them, the world growing hazy as Elijah rewound days, making each second count. Stryker's forces stumbled and fell, caught off guard by the sudden change. Zara took advantage of the chaos, slipping away with the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. As they fled through another passageway, Elijah kept a careful eye on their pursuers. We can't lose this, he panted, clutching his own artifact tightly in his hand. I know, Zara agreed, her eyes never leaving the way ahead, but we can't keep running forever. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The labyrinth stretched out before them like a sinister maze, its walls towering and foreboding. Elijah gripped the artifact hidden beneath Zara's cloak tightly as they navigated another path that seemed to twist and turn endlessly. We're getting closer, Zara whispered, glancing back at him over her shoulder. The heart of the labyrinth is near. Elijah nodded grimly, his eyes scanning the dimly lit passageway ahead. The air grew colder and heavier as they moved onward, a sense of dread weighing down upon them like a leaden cloak. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the labyrinth, causing them both to freeze in fear. Zara's eyes widened as her grip tightened around the artifact, her heart racing wildly within her chest. What was that? Elijah hissed, his own fear evident even amidst his determination not to show it. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared again, stepping out from behind one of the towering walls of stone. It seemed impossible to make out its features or form in the dim light, but its presence was undeniable. The malevolent energy radiating off of it sent a shiver down both their spines. Elijah activated the artifact with a swift gesture, and time seemed to slow around them as the entity froze mid-attack. He took aim, striking out with his staff, and the shadowy figure recoiled, retreating back into darkness. "We must hurry," Elijah said urgently, already moving onward, Zara at his side. "The labyrinth is growing more dangerous with every passing moment." The ground shook beneath their feet as they moved forward, the sound of Stryker's forces closing in from behind, echoing through the dimly lit chamber. Elijah gritted his teeth and focused on the path ahead, his heart pounding in his chest as he fought to keep his fear at bay. As they entered a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, Zara's eyes widened in surprise. In the center of the chamber stood another colossal structure, an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to pulse with energy. "This must be it," Elijah breathed, his voice filled with awe. "The heart of the labyrinth." Zara nodded, her eyes never leaving the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "We can't stay long. Stryker and his forces will be upon us soon." Elijah nodded grimly, already activating his artifact to rewind time once more. As they stepped closer to the monolith, the walls of stone seemed to close in around them, forming a hidden passageway that led deeper into the labyrinth. Together, they ventured into the unknown, aware that their final showdown with Stryker was imminent, and that the fate of the world hung in the balance. As they moved through the passageway, the dimly lit interior chamber grew darker and more foreboding. The walls seemed to close in around them, pressing them closer together as they continued onward. Suddenly, a sudden rumble shook the ground beneath their feet, causing Elijah to stumble. What was that? Zara cried out, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Just then, another low growl echoed through the labyrinth, and a shadowy figure appeared once more. It seemed impossible to make out its features or form in the darker chamber, but its presence was undeniable. The malevolent energy radiating off of it sent a shiver down both their spines. Elijah activated the artifact with a swift gesture, and time seemed to slow around them as the entity froze mid-attack. He took aim, striking out with his staff, and the shadowy figure recoiled, retreating back into darkness. "We must hurry," Elijah said urgently, already moving onward, Zara at his side. "Stryker's forces are closing in from behind." The ground shook beneath their feet once more as they moved forward, the sound of Stryker's forces growing louder with each passing moment. Elijah gritted his teeth and focused on the path ahead, his heart pounding in his chest as he fought to keep his fear at bay. As they entered another small clearing with towering walls of stone, they found themselves face to face with a precipice overlooking another colossal structure. The sight of it took their breath away, its towering walls and ornate architecture seemingly out of place amidst the chaos of the labyrinth. "We have to get across that bridge," Elijah said, pointing at the narrow wooden plank that connected the two structures. "If we can reach that structure, we might be able to find a way out." Zara nodded, her eyes never leaving the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "But Stryker's forces are closing in fast. We need to act quickly if we want to make it across." Elijah nodded grimly, already activating his artifact to rewind time once more. As they stepped onto the narrow wooden plank, they could feel the bridge creaking and groaning beneath their feet, but they knew they had no choice. They had to risk everything in order to escape Stryker's forces and find a way out of the labyrinth. As they crossed the bridge, the wind howled around them, threatening to blow them off balance at any moment. Behind them, they could hear the sound of Stryker's forces closing in, but they refused to look back, focusing instead on the structure ahead. Finally, they reached the other side and found themselves standing before another interior chamber filled with towering walls of stone. In the center of the chamber stood an ancient monolith, its strange symbols and carvings glowing softly in the dim light. "We made it," Elijah breathed, relief washing over him as they entered the chamber. "But we can't stay long." Zara nodded, her eyes never leaving the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "Stryker and his forces won't give up so easily. We need to find a way out of this place before it's too late." Elijah nodded grimly, already scanning the chamber for any clues or secrets that might help them escape. As they moved deeper into the labyrinth, they knew that their final showdown with Stryker was imminent, and that the fate of the world hung in the balance. Episode 50. The labyrinth twisted and turned in a dance as old as time itself, the ever-shifting walls of stone seeming to mock Elijah, and Zara's attempts to navigate its treacherous paths. The air grew colder with each passing moment, the shadows growing darker and more foreboding. Elijah clutched his artifact tightly as he glanced over at Zara. She stared back, her eyes filled with a mixture of determination and fear. He knew that they were running out of time, not just in terms of the power within the artifact, but also their very lives. "We must press on," Elijah said, his voice barely audible over the distant growl of something malevolent echoing through the labyrinth. "The sooner we find our way out, the better our chances will be." Zara nodded, her eyes never leaving the path before them. The labyrinth's walls seemed to loom closer with each step they took, their hearts beating in time with the ominous rumble that shook the ground beneath them. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, a sudden turn revealed a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, and at its center stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. A dimly lit passageway led into the depths beyond. Elijah approached cautiously, his fingers tracing over the intricate patterns etched onto the stone. He felt a shiver run down his spine as he recognized some of the symbols as similar to those found on the ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. "What do you make of this?" Elijah asked Zara, turning to her for guidance. Zara stepped forward, examining the monolith more closely. She traced her fingers over the symbols, her eyes narrowing as she attempted to decipher their meaning. "These symbols, they look familiar," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "I think I know how to activate this monolith." Elijah watched as Zara reached into her cloak and produced an artifact that seemed to glow with an otherworldly energy. She placed it onto the monolith's surface, the symbols on both the monolith and the artifact glowing brighter for a moment before suddenly fading away. A low growl echoed through the labyrinth as something stirred in the darkness beyond the clearing. Elijah and Zara shared a look of unease before turning to face whatever lurked in the shadows. The ground beneath their feet shook violently, sending them stumbling off balance. The growling grew louder, closer. A sudden rumble sent debris flying through the air as another shadowy figure appeared again, this one larger and more menacing than any they had encountered before. Elijah raised his artifact, focusing on the entity as it charged towards them. He felt the power within the device surge, the energy coursing through him like a wildfire. With a cry of defiance, he unleashed every ounce of its might, sending bolts of chronomantic energy crashing into the malevolent entity. The entity roared in pain as it was pushed back by Elijah's attack, but it seemed to grow stronger with each blow, its shadowy form growing larger and more solid. Zara joined the fray, striking at the entity with her artifact, their combined efforts momentarily holding it off. But the entity was relentless, pushing forward despite the barrage of chronomantic energy that battered it. Elijah could feel the power within his artifact waning, the stakes growing ever higher as the entity closed in on them. Suddenly, a sudden flash of light illuminated the chamber, momentarily blinding them. When their vision cleared, they found themselves surrounded by Stryker and his forces, weapons drawn and faces twisted with fury. "So you thought you could hide from us?" Stryker sneered, advancing on Elijah and Zara with a cold smile. "We've been tracking you through the labyrinth for days now." Elijah clutched his artifact tightly as he prepared to face off against Stryker and his men. He knew that their battle would be fierce, but he refused to give up without a fight. As they engaged in combat, Elijah felt the power within his artifact waning, the stakes growing ever higher as time continued to run out. They fought with everything they had, determined to protect the secrets of the labyrinth and the knowledge contained within the ancient monoliths that lay hidden throughout its depths. But no matter how hard they fought, Elijah could feel his strength fading. He knew that they couldn't hold out much longer against Stryker and his forces. With a final burst of energy, he activated his artifact one last time, rewinding the moments before their confrontation with Stryker and his men. They stood once more in the small clearing, the malevolent entity lurking in the shadows. Elijah knew that they had to make this attempt count, that they couldn't afford another failure. With renewed determination, he turned to Zara. "We must work together," he said, his voice barely audible over the distant growl of the malevolent entity. "We have no other choice." The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. The ground shook violently as Elijah and Zara crouched low, clutching their artifacts tightly in trembling hands. The chamber was filled with a malevolent energy that pulsed around them, growing stronger with every step they took. Stryker's forces surrounded the small clearing, weapons at the ready, a wicked grin spreading across the enigmatic leader's face. "Time is running out," Elijah whispered to Zara, his eyes never leaving Stryker's men. "We must act fast." Zara nodded, her grip tightening on the artifact beneath her cloak. "I can try again." Elijah took a deep breath, focusing on the monolith before them. "Activate the monolith and create an opening for us. I'll distract Stryker while you find another path." As Zara approached the ancient structure, her artifact emitted a soft glow, illuminating the dim chamber. She placed it gently against the surface of the monolith and whispered a prayer, channeling all of her energy into it. The air around them crackled with electricity, the labyrinth's walls shaking in response to her call. With a sudden surge of power, the chamber was filled with a blinding light. Elijah shielded his eyes as he sprang into action, rushing towards Stryker and his men, the artifact in hand. The mysterious entity that had tormented them before emerged from the shadows, attacking Stryker's forces without warning. Zara took this opportunity to slip away, her heart pounding in her chest as she ran deeper into the labyrinth. The twists and turns of the path seemed to stretch on endlessly, but she knew that somewhere out there lay their salvation. As she ran, she could feel the power of her artifact growing stronger within her, urging her forward through the darkness. Elijah fought valiantly against Stryker's men, the artifact crackling and humming in his grip. He darted and weaved between them, dodging their blows and striking back with all the force he could muster. The entity continued to wreak havoc on Stryker's forces, its mysterious energy tearing through their armor and weapons. But as the battle raged on, Elijah felt a growing sense of dread creeping over him. He knew that every second they spent fighting was another minute they wasted. Time was running out, and he couldn't help but wonder if they would ever escape this labyrinth alive. In the depths of the labyrinth, Zara stumbled upon an ancient chamber filled with towering walls of stone. She caught her breath as she gazed upon the ornate box, containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Her heart raced with excitement as she realized that this could be the key to unlocking the secrets of time itself. But as she reached for the artifact, a sudden rumble shook the ground beneath her feet. A low growl echoed through the labyrinth, and she knew that danger was near. She snatched the box and turned to run, her heart pounding in her chest as she raced back through the ever-shifting labyrinth. In the chaos of the battle, Elijah caught a glimpse of Zara fleeing from the chamber, her artifact glowing brightly in her hand. He gritted his teeth and fought with renewed determination, knowing that she was their only hope for survival. As he pushed through Stryker's forces, he felt the energy coursing through him, fueling his every move. The ground beneath them began to crack and crumble as they battled, the labyrinth itself seeming to fight against them. Elijah knew that if they didn't find a way out soon, the labyrinth would consume them. With one final burst of strength, he lunged at Stryker, striking him across the chest with the artifact. Stryker stumbled back, stunned by the blow. Elijah seized the opportunity, turning to run towards Zara, who was now close enough for him to reach out and grab her hand. They sprinted through the labyrinth, their hearts pounding in unison as they raced against time itself. As they ran, the walls of stone seemed to close in around them, the darkness pressing down on them from all sides. But they refused to give up, fueled by the knowledge that they were one step closer to freedom. Finally, they emerged into a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. They caught their breaths, leaning against the cold stone as they looked at each other in relief. But their victory was short-lived. as another shadowy figure appeared before them. "I've been waiting for you," the figure said, its voice cold and menacing. "Give me what I want, and I may spare your lives." Elijah and Zara exchanged a glance, knowing that they had no choice but to comply. They handed over the artifact, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they watched it being taken from them. But even in defeat, they knew that their journey was far from over. The figure smiled cruelly before disappearing back into the shadows, leaving Elijah and Zara alone once more. With nothing left to lose, they turned and began their trek deeper into the labyrinth, determined to uncover its secrets and find a way out of this nightmarish world. The dimly lit interior chamber pulsed with energy as Elijah and Zara stood at the precipice of another colossal structure. Their hearts raced as they stared into the vast open space, filled with towering walls of stone. "We've come so far, but we're not out of the woods yet," Elijah said, gripping Zara's hand tightly. "The labyrinth will only grow more dangerous from here on." Zara looked up at him, her eyes reflecting determination. "I won't let you face this alone. We need to stay focused and find the next artifact," Elijah replied, scanning their surroundings. A shadowy figure appeared again in the distance, watching them silently. Elijah turned to Zara. "It seems we have an audience. Let's move on before they decide to make their presence known." They descended into another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, their footsteps echoing through the dimly lit passageway. As they moved deeper, towering walls of stone closed in around them, making it difficult to see beyond. "I can feel the energy here," Zara whispered, her eyes narrowed as she sensed something sinister lurking nearby. "We should be careful." Elijah nodded, his gaze fixed on a distant structure that seemed to pulse with energy. "It's the artifact we're searching for. We just need to find our way there." They pushed through thicket after thicket, their path twisting and turning endlessly. Zara kept her eyes open for any signs of danger, while Elijah focused on navigating the labyrinth. They came upon a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, and in the center of the chamber stood an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. "This is it," Elijah murmured, his heart pounding as they approached the monolith. "The artifact we've been searching for." As they reached out to touch the stone, a sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them. Zara's eyes widened in fear, and she grabbed Elijah's arm. A low growl echoed through the labyrinth, and they turned to see a shadowy figure emerging from a hidden passageway. "We need to get out of here," Elijah said, pulling Zara away. The figure approached them, its movements swift and menacing. They ran through the labyrinth as fast as they could, their pursuer gaining ground on them. The walls seemed to close in around them, trapping them in a maze that seemed impossible to escape. As they turned a corner, they found themselves face to face with another colossal structure. "We have to find a way up," Elijah said, scanning the towering walls for an entrance. They spotted a narrow passageway leading into the heart of the structure. "Follow me." They climbed through the winding passages, their hearts racing as they moved deeper. The walls seemed to grow darker and more foreboding as they ventured further in. Finally, they found themselves in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. "We've done it," Zara whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "This must be the artifact we've been seeking." Elijah nodded, reaching out to take one of the crystals. As he did, the chamber began to shake violently, and a blinding light filled the room. They shielded their eyes as the ground beneath them crumbled away, sending them tumbling into the darkness below. As they regained their bearings, they found themselves in another part of the labyrinth, surrounded by towering walls of stone. The shadowy figure stood before them, its eyes burning with malice. "You've taken too much," it growled. "Return what you have taken, and I may let you live." Elijah stared at the figure, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew they had to make a decision, give up the artifact or face certain death. As he looked into Zara's eyes, he saw the determination burning within her, and he knew what they must do. "We will never surrender," he declared, raising the crystal high. "The secrets of time are ours to keep." The figure lunged at them, its energy surging through the air. They fought back with everything they had, determined to hold on to their prize. The battle raged on as they battled against an entity unlike any they had encountered before, growing stronger with every step. In the end, they emerged victorious, but battered and bruised. They knew that Stryker's forces would be closing in soon, and they needed to move quickly if they wanted to stay alive. They continued their journey deeper into the labyrinth, determined to uncover its secrets and find a way out before it was too late. As they moved through another passageway, they heard the sound of footsteps behind them. Stryker and his forces had found them at last. They ran for their lives, knowing that they would have to fight for survival if they wanted to escape this ever-shifting maze. The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth. A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them as they approached another precipice overlooking another colossal structure. The dimly lit interior chamber beckoned, and with no time to waste, Elijah and Zara descended into its depths. The walls of stone towered above them, carvings etched deep into their surface. The air was thick with a sense of history, as if it carried the echoes of countless lives that had passed through this labyrinth before them. "I feel something," Zara whispered, her eyes scanning the chamber walls. "It's stronger here." Elijah nodded, his gaze focused on an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. He reached out a trembling hand to touch it, and as he did, a surge of energy coursed through the air, causing the monolith to glow brightly for an instant before fading back into darkness. "We found something," Elijah said, his voice barely audible. "This place is filled with secrets waiting to be discovered." As they continued deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered a winding passageway that led them to another small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. The center of the chamber held an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. Zara's artifact seemed to react as she approached it, a strange glow emanating from beneath her cloak. Elijah moved quickly toward her, his eyes wide with excitement. "What is it?" he asked, reaching out a hand to touch the box. The air grew cold and heavy as a shadowy figure appeared again, blocking their path. Its eyes burned with an eerie light, and the malevolent energy emanating from it was unlike anything they had encountered before. "Retreat," the entity hissed, its voice deep and menacing. "Return what you have taken." Elijah gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the artifact hidden beneath Zara's cloak. "No, this is our right. We will not let you take it from us." The entity took a step forward, its form shifting and contorting as it prepared to attack. Stryker and his men appeared behind them, their weapons at the ready. The duo knew they were outnumbered, but they refused to back down. With a roar of defiance, Elijah raised his artifact high into the air, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the entity reeling backward. Stryker and his men hesitated for a moment, their eyes wide with shock at the sudden outburst of power. But it was not enough. The entity grew stronger with every step, its form twisted and malevolent as it advanced on them. Elijah and Zara knew they had to act quickly if they were to have any hope of escaping this treacherous labyrinth alive. As the battle raged around them, Elijah whispered a command into his artifact, the world around them seeming to slow to a standstill for an instant before snapping back into motion at double speed. The entity's attacks became sluggish, its movements delayed by the time manipulation, and they seized their chance. With Zara by his side, Elijah fought off Stryker's men, dodging and weaving through their attacks as he sought to protect the artifact at all costs. The entity continued to grow stronger, but they refused to give in, their resolve strengthened by their shared determination. The air around them crackled with electricity, sparks flying as Elijah's artifact fought against the malevolent energy that threatened to consume them. Zara's own artifact seemed to hum in response, a fierce light emanating from beneath her cloak. Finally, with Stryker and his men closing in from behind, they knew they had no other choice. Elijah rewound the days again, buying themselves precious moments as they fought back against their pursuers. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, giving them the advantage they needed to escape. As they fled deeper into the labyrinth, the entity pursued them relentlessly, its form growing more twisted and malevolent with each passing moment. But Elijah and Zara refused to give up. their thirst for knowledge fueling their every move as they continued onward, determined to uncover the secrets of this ancient world before it was too late. The labyrinth shifted around them, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic and reason. But Elijah's artifact seemed to guide them through its maze-like corridors, leading them deeper and deeper into its heart. As they stumbled upon yet another chamber, they found themselves face to face with a hidden passageway that seemed to lead even further into the labyrinth. With no other choice, they took a deep breath and followed it, their hearts pounding in their chests as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The air grew colder and darker as they descended into the depths of the ancient structure, but Elijah's resolve never wavered. He knew that somewhere within this labyrinth lay the answers they sought, and he would not rest until he had found them. Together, they continued onward, their every step bringing them closer to the heart of this mysterious place. And as they ventured deeper into its twisted corridors, they could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the echoes of countless lives that had passed through these halls, before them whispering secrets in their ears. And so, Elijah and Zara continued their journey, the shadows of Stryker's forces closing in on them from behind as they sought to uncover the truth, hidden within the heart of this ancient labyrinth. They knew that every step brought them closer to danger, but they refused to turn back, driven by their shared desire for knowledge and the promise of a world where time was no longer a scarce resource. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered new challenges and dangers at every turn, but they pressed onward, their determination unwavering. The secrets hidden within this ancient structure called out to them like a siren's song, beckoning them closer with promises of power and knowledge beyond their wildest dreams. And so they journeyed, the shadows of Stryker's forces never far behind, their every step bringing them closer to the heart of this mysterious place. And as they delved deeper into its depths, they could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the echoes of countless lives that had passed through these halls, before them whispering secrets in their ears. And it was there, deep within the labyrinth's heart, that they found what they had been searching for, a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient scrolls and crystals that pulsed with energy. It was here, at the center of this ancient structure, that Elijah and Zara would uncover the truth about time and the power it held over their world. In the heart of an ever-shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara stumbled upon a small clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides. The dimly lit interior chamber pulsed with energy from the ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. As they approached cautiously, Elijah's artifact hummed louder than ever before. "We must be close," Zara whispered, her eyes wide with anticipation. Elijah nodded, clutching his own artifact tightly. "I believe this monolith holds the key to unlocking our full potential." A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them, causing Zara to stumble forward. Elijah caught her arm, steadying her with a firm grip. The walls of stone trembled, and a low growl echoed through the labyrinth. "What was that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah scanned the chamber quickly, searching for any signs of danger. "It's not Stryker, if I had to guess." Zara nodded, pulling out her own artifact from beneath her cloak. "If we're right about this monolith, it will change everything." Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared again in the far corner of the chamber. It moved swiftly, blending into the shadows before reappearing closer to them. Elijah and Zara exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't ignore the threat any longer. The entity grew stronger with every step it took towards them. Its form became more distinct, revealing itself to be a twisted creature, unlike anything they had encountered before. A malevolent energy emanated from its being, causing the air to crackle around them. "We need to act quickly," Elijah said, raising his artifact above his head. Together, Zara nodded, focusing on the entity as it approached. With a synchronized cry, they activated their artifacts, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that sent the creature reeling backward. It roared in anger, its eyes burning with a hatred that chilled them to the core. As the entity regained its footing, Stryker's forces appeared from behind, surrounding Elijah and Zara on all sides. the malevolent being launched itself at them once more, forcing the scholar and scavenger to fight for their lives against both the entity and Stryker's men. In a desperate attempt to gain an advantage, Elijah rewound time, allowing him and Zara to dodge attacks and strike back with renewed vigor. The battle raged on, but as they fought, they knew this was only one part of their journey. The true test still lay ahead, controlling the artifact that could master time itself. The end, for now. As Elijah and Zara continued their struggle against Stryker's forces, they knew that this was just the beginning. With every passing day, the stakes grew higher and the dangers more dangerous, but they were not alone in their quest for knowledge and power. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to unravel the secrets of time itself. The Obsidian Scholars' chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah and Zara found themselves on a dimly lit path that led them deeper into the labyrinth. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by their footsteps and occasional creaks from the walls around them. As they ventured further, Elijah could sense the malevolent energy growing stronger with every step. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the labyrinth, making both of them pause in their tracks. A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them, causing stones to fall from the ceiling above. Elijah's heart raced as he gripped Zara's hand tighter, pulling her closer. "What was that?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," he replied, trying to maintain a calm exterior despite his racing thoughts. "But we must press on if we are to unravel the secrets of this artifact." They continued walking down the path, their pace quickened by the growing sense of urgency. As they rounded a bend, they came face to face with another hidden chamber. This one seemed to pulse with energy, and an ornate box containing ancient scrolls and crystals sat in its center. Zara's eyes widened as she spotted something familiar about the artifact within the box. It was the same one she had seen Stryker's men carrying earlier. She quickly pulled Elijah back into the shadows, whispering, "We have to get that artifact." Elijah nodded, and together they crept closer to the chamber, carefully avoiding making any noise. Just as they reached the edge of the clearing, a shadowy figure appeared again, blocking their path. A low growl emanated from its form, and Elijah could feel the malevolent energy radiating off it. "We must retreat," he whispered to Zara, pulling her back into the safety of the thicket. "We are not ready for whatever this is." But before they could escape, Stryker and his men appeared from another part of the labyrinth, their weapons at the ready. The duo had no choice but to face them head-on. Using the artifact they had recently discovered, Elijah rewound time just as Stryker's men began firing upon them. The bullets missed as the duo darted through the labyrinth, evading their pursuers. As they ran, Elijah could sense the entity growing stronger, its growls echoing louder and more frequent. He knew they couldn't outrun it forever. Eventually, they would have to face it head-on. But for now, they had Stryker and his men to deal with. The battle was fierce, but Elijah and Zara managed to hold their ground. Using the artifact's power, they manipulated time to dodge bullets, outmaneuver their enemies, and create openings for counterattacks. In the chaos, Zara stole the artifact from Stryker's grasp, causing his men to falter. As they caught their breath, Elijah turned to Zara. "We must escape while we still can." He knew that Stryker would not give up easily. He had to prepare for the ultimate confrontation with the entity lurking in the shadows. They ran through another part of the ever-shifting labyrinth, dodging obstacles and avoiding pursuit as they made their way toward the heart of the structure. They entered a dimly lit chamber filled with towering walls of stone, the air thick with an energy unlike anything they had encountered before. In the center of the chamber stood another artifact, the one that could grant control over time itself. Elijah approached cautiously, his eyes never leaving the entity that continued to lurk in the shadows. He knew he had to be careful. One misstep could cost them everything. As he reached out to touch the ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings, the entity revealed itself, a massive creature unlike anything they had ever seen before. Elijah and Zara stood frozen in fear as the entity roared, its powerful energy shaking the walls of the chamber. They knew that this was the final test. They had to overcome their fears and seize control over time or face certain death. With a deep breath, Elijah focused all his energy on the artifact, feeling its power surge through him. He closed his eyes and reached out to touch the ancient monolith one more time, hoping that this time would be different. As he did, the entity let out a final roar before disappearing into thin air. Elijah opened his eyes, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. He turned to Zara, a smile spreading across his face. "We did it," he whispered, amazed at what they had accomplished together. "We control time." In the heart of an ever-shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara found themselves surrounded. Stryker's forces had tracked them down to this hidden chamber, their weapons trained on the duo. The shadowy figure that had haunted them throughout their journey appeared again, its malevolent energy growing stronger with every step it took closer. "You won't get away with stealing my property," Stryker sneered as he emerged from the dense thicket, his men flanking him on either side. The ground beneath them shook as a low growl echoed through the labyrinth, making even the hardened soldiers hesitate. Zara's eyes flickered towards the artifact, hidden beneath her cloak, the one they had recently discovered, and now held the power to control time itself. She gripped it tightly, her heart pounding in her chest as she prepared for their final stand. Elijah studied Stryker intently, his mind racing with possibilities. "You underestimate us, Stryker," he said coolly. "We have the power to rewind days and navigate through this lethal labyrinth. You'll never catch us." Stryker let out a cynical laugh. "You may think you've won, scholar, but I assure you, your victory is temporary. My organization will stop at nothing to possess that artifact, and when we do, time itself will be ours to control." As the two sides faced off, the shadowy figure began to move closer, its presence growing more menacing by the moment. The air around them grew colder and darker, a sense of impending doom hanging heavy in the air. In the distance, another colossal structure loomed, pulsating with energy. Zara glanced at Elijah, her eyes filled with determination. "We won't go down without a fight," she murmured, readying herself for the battle ahead. Elijah nodded grimly, his eyes never leaving Stryker. "Then let this be the day we show them what we're made of." With that, he raised his hand, the air around them shimmering as he prepared to rewind time once more. The ground beneath their feet trembled as energy surged through him, and in an instant, they found themselves at a different point within the labyrinth, the shadowy figure now far behind them. However, their escape was short-lived. Stryker's forces were relentless, closing in from behind as they fought their way through winding passages and dimly lit chambers. The entity seemed to grow stronger with every step it took closer, its malevolent energy a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. As they reached another chamber, Elijah and Zara found themselves surrounded on all sides, Stryker's men advancing towards them with weapons drawn. The air was thick with tension as they braced themselves for their final confrontation. In the heart of the chamber, an ancient monolith stood proudly, covered in strange symbols and carvings that seemed to pulse with energy. Elijah's eyes were drawn to it, his mind racing with possibilities. "We need to get to that monolith," he said urgently. Zara nodded, her own gaze fixed on the artifact she still clutched in her hand. "Then let's give them a fight they won't forget." With a fierce cry, they charged towards their pursuers, using every ounce of energy they had left to push through the onslaught. The battle raged around them, Stryker and his men determined to take back what they considered rightfully theirs. But Elijah and Zara were not about to let go without a fight. They wove their way through the chaos, their minds working together to outmaneuver their enemies and gain the upper hand. Each rewind gave them precious seconds to regroup and plan their next move, but they knew that eventually, their power would run out. As the battle reached its climax, Elijah felt his energy waning. He glanced at Zara, her face a mask of determination as she fought alongside him. "We can't keep this up much longer," he panted. Zara's eyes flickered towards the monolith once more. "Then we need to make this count," she said fiercely. With one last burst of energy, they sprinted towards the ancient artifact, Stryker and his men hot on their heels. As they reached the monolith, Elijah felt a strange sensation wash over him. The world around them seemed to slow as he placed his hand upon the pulsating crystal at its center, the power of the artifact coursing through him like lightning. In that moment, time itself seemed to bend and warp around them. Stryker's men stumbled to a halt, their weapons falling from their hands as they were frozen in place. The shadowy figure loomed behind them, its malevolent energy dissipating as the artifact's power took hold. Elijah closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the world upon his shoulders. He knew that with this newfound power came great responsibility, and he would have to tread carefully if he hoped to control it without becoming consumed by its overwhelming force. As they stood in the center of the chamber, Elijah and Zara exchanged a look of understanding. They had won this battle, but their war was far from over. With the artifact now securely in their possession, they knew that Stryker would stop at nothing to reclaim it. And as the echoes of the battle faded around them, Elijah couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead for them in this ever-shifting labyrinth, and whether the secrets it held would ultimately be their salvation or their downfall. As they left the chamber, Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that their journey was far from over. The world around them continued to age faster with each day they rewound, creating new challenges and dangers at every turn. But he knew that as long as they had each other and the power of the artifact, they could face whatever lay ahead with courage and determination. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. As Elijah and Zara raced deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, they could hear the distant rumble of Stryker's forces closing in. With each rewind, the world around them aged faster, creating new challenges and obstacles that pushed their limits to the breaking point. They entered another chamber, this one smaller than the others but filled with towering walls of stone, ancient symbols etched into every surface. At its center stood an ornate box containing scrolls and crystals pulsing with energy. Zara approached cautiously, her hand trembling as she reached for the artifact hidden beneath her cloak. "Be careful," Elijah warned, his eyes never leaving the entrance. "We can't afford to make a mistake," Zara nodded, taking a deep breath before opening the box. The crystals glowed brighter, and she could feel an energy coursing through her veins. With a gasp, she removed the artifact from its resting place, feeling it vibrate in her hands. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently, causing them to stumble. A low growl echoed through the labyrinth, sending chills down their spines. They turned toward the sound, their hearts pounding in their chests. A shadowy figure appeared again, this time closer than before. It moved with an unnatural speed, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Zara swung the artifact at it, but it was no match for the malevolent entity. It knocked the artifact from her hands and sent Elijah flying into the wall of stone behind him. Zara rushed to his side, checking for injuries as the shadowy figure advanced on them. She reached for the artifact that had fallen near her feet, feeling it pulse with energy in her grip. With a determined look, she raised the artifact and prepared to defend herself. Stryker's forces burst into the chamber, weapons at the ready. They surrounded Elijah and Zara, their leader sneering as he approached them. "I've been looking for you," he growled. Zara swung the artifact, sending Stryker reeling back. He quickly recovered, his men closing in on her from behind. With a cry of desperation, Elijah reached out with his mind, manipulating time once more. The world around them seemed to slow and freeze for a moment, giving them an advantage against their attackers. They fought valiantly, using every trick they had learned in the labyrinth to evade Stryker's forces. But the entity grew stronger with each step, its presence growing darker and more malevolent. They knew they couldn't hold out forever. In a final act of desperation, Elijah rewound time one last time, bringing them back to moments before they entered the chamber. They stood in the dimly lit passageway, surrounded by towering walls of stone and an ancient monolith covered in strange symbols and carvings. Zara looked at Elijah, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to keep moving," she said, gripping the artifact tightly. "We can't let them catch up." Elijah nodded, taking a deep breath as they stepped into the passageway once more. The world around them began to move again, and they could feel Stryker's forces closing in behind them, but they were ready this time. determined to fight for their lives and the fate of the world itself. As they navigated through the ever-shifting labyrinth, they knew that every rewind brought them closer to their ultimate goal, a final confrontation with Stryker and the entity that threatened to consume them all. They would face whatever challenges lay ahead, prepared to do whatever it took to protect the artifact and control the power hidden within. In the heart of the ever-shifting labyrinth, Elijah and Zara found themselves cornered by both Stryker's forces and a mysterious entity that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. The walls around them pulsed with malevolent energy as they braced for the inevitable confrontation. Zara's eyes darted between the two threats, her heart pounding in her chest. She clutched the artifact tightly beneath her cloak, knowing that it was their key to survival, but also the cause of their current predicament. "Elijah," she whispered hoarsely, "we need to rewind." Now, Elijah nodded, focusing his mind on the ancient symbols etched into the artifact. The world around them blurred as time began to reverse, and he could feel the energy pulsing through the object in his grasp. Stryker's forces stumbled backward, momentarily disoriented by the sudden shift. Zara took advantage of their confusion, darting between them like a wraith. She reached out for Elijah's hand, pulling him closer as they continued to rewind time. The entity seemed to seethe with anger, its form twisting and contorting in the dim light. As the ground beneath them rumbled, a low growl echoed through the labyrinth, signaling that their enemies were not idle. Stryker himself emerged from the shadows, a cold smile playing on his lips as he addressed Elijah. "Blackwood," he sneered, "you have gone too far this time." Elijah glared at him, his eyes blazing with determination. "We will not let you control time, Stryker. We will protect humanity from your ambition." The entity lunged forward, its form morphing into a twisted mass of shadows and energy. Zara and Elijah braced themselves for the fight, knowing that their survival and the fate of humanity was at stake. As they battled against Stryker's forces and the malevolent entity, Elijah felt an unexpected surge of power coursing through the artifact in his hands. He focused his mind, channeling every ounce of energy into a final, desperate attack. With a cry of defiance, he unleashed a wave of chronomantic energy that sent both Stryker and the entity reeling backward. The walls around them trembled as the force of the blast echoed through the labyrinth. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and everything went black. When Elijah regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the ground, Zara beside him. They were surrounded by darkness, the dim light from their battle fading away. "Zara," Elijah groaned, struggling to sit up. "What happened?" She shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know. One moment we were fighting, and then everything went black." Elijah looked down at the artifact in his hands, feeling a sense of dread settle over him. The energy had drained from it, leaving only a cold, lifeless object. They had used too much power in their final stand against Stryker and the entity, and now they were left with nothing to protect them from what was surely coming. As they struggled to their feet, Elijah could feel the weight of their situation bearing down on him. They had fought valiantly, but they were still no match for Victor Stryker and the power he sought to control. All they could do now was keep moving forward, hoping that somehow they would find a way to overcome the odds stacked against them. But as they began to walk, Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that their time together was running out. The labyrinth seemed more treacherous than ever before, and the shadows that lurked in its corners seemed to grow darker with each passing moment. They were alone, with no one to turn to for help. Their only hope lay in their own ingenuity and the secrets of time itself. The Obsidian Scholar's chronomantic labyrinth. Elijah and Zara stumbled upon a hidden chamber nestled deep within the labyrinth. The walls were adorned with strange symbols and carvings, and an ancient monolith stood at the center, pulsing with energy. Elijah cautiously approached the artifact while Zara kept watch. "Elijah, wait," Zara whispered as she spotted movement in the shadows. "I think we're not alone." The scholar ignored her warning and continued toward the monolith. As he reached out to touch it, a sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them. A low growl echoed through the labyrinth, and a shadowy figure appeared again. "We must leave," Zara said urgently, drawing her weapon. Now, Elijah hesitated for a moment before following her lead. They ran through a series of dimly lit passages, the entity chasing them closely behind. As they reached a clearing with towering walls of stone on all sides, Elijah found himself faced with a difficult decision to use the artifact's power to save humanity or prioritize his own survival. Meanwhile, Victor Stryker stood atop another colossal structure, watching as his forces closed in on their position. He had tracked them down, and he would not stop until he obtained the artifact that gave them control over time. Stryker's men surrounded Elijah and Zara, and a fierce battle ensued. As the duo fought for their lives, the shadowy figure grew stronger with every step, its power threatening to consume them all. The labyrinth seemed to shift around them, trapping them within a winding maze of dimly lit chambers filled with ancient scrolls and crystals. In the heart of the labyrinth, Elijah found himself standing atop a precipice, looking down upon another colossal structure. A path led him deeper into the ever-shifting labyrinth, but he knew that his fate and humanity's future depended on the choices he made now. The battle against Stryker's forces and the mysterious entity raged on, with neither side giving ground. Zara fought alongside Elijah, her hidden past coming to light as she revealed her connection to the labyrinth and its secrets. As the battle reached a climax, Elijah made his decision. He would use the artifact's power to save humanity, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process. With a final surge of strength, he activated the artifact, causing the labyrinth to collapse around them. The shadowy figure let out a roar of rage as it was consumed by the collapsing structure. Elijah and Zara emerged from the wreckage, battered but alive. In the aftermath, they found themselves standing before an ancient monolith, its symbols glowing brightly. As they gazed upon it, they knew that their journey was far from over. The world had changed, and new challenges awaited them in this post-apocalyptic realm where time was a scarce resource. Together, Elijah and Zara set out once more, determined to unravel the secrets of the labyrinth and protect humanity's future from those who sought to control it. The echoes of their battle lingered in the air, a testament to their resilience and the strength of their bond. Elijah's heart raced as he stared at the ancient monolith towering before him. The artifact under Zara's cloak pulsed with a strange energy, emitting a faint glow that illuminated their surroundings. He took a deep breath and focused his thoughts on activating the artifact once more, knowing it might be their only chance at survival. A sudden rumble shook the ground beneath them, followed by a low growl echoing through the labyrinth. Stryker's forces closed in from behind, surrounding Elijah and Zara. The shadowy figure appeared again, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. "We must use this," Elijah said urgently, pulling out his chronomantic device. "I can rewind days, but the cost is that each day I rewind, the world around us ages faster." Zara nodded, understanding the risk they were taking. She reached into her cloak and pulled out the artifact, holding it tightly as they prepared to face Stryker's men. The malevolent entity grew stronger with every step, its growls growing louder as it approached them. A battle ensued, Elijah using his device to rewind time whenever danger threatened, while Zara fought off Stryker's forces with the artifact. With each passing moment, the world around them aged faster, creating new obstacles and dangers. The labyrinth began to crumble, forcing them to move quickly and strategically. As the battle reached its climax, Elijah activated the artifact one last time, causing the labyrinth to collapse in a burst of energy. The malevolent entity was consumed by the explosion, while Stryker's forces were left stunned and disoriented. Emerging from the wreckage, they stood before another monolith, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. "We did it," Elijah breathed, turning to face Zara. But at what cost? He looked around at the devastation they had caused, knowing that they would have to find a way to repair the damage they had inflicted on the labyrinth and its inhabitants. Zara nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll fix this," she said firmly. "But first, we need to rest." They found a small clearing amidst the wreckage, sitting down to catch their breaths. Elijah looked at the artifact in Zara's hands, wondering what other secrets lay within it, and how they would use its power for good. As darkness fell around them, He knew that their journey was far from over. "We have much work ahead of us," he said quietly, looking into Zara's eyes. "But together, we will unravel the labyrinth's secrets and protect humanity's future." Zara nodded, wrapping her cloak around them both as they sat in silence, watching the stars above. They had faced insurmountable odds and come out victorious, but the true challenge lay ahead, repairing the damage they had caused and using the artifact's power for good. With renewed determination, they closed their eyes, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them in the ever-shifting labyrinth.